Kalimera. If you can take your seats, please, we'll get underway for day 2. Kalimera, Marios. Kalimera. Lovely to see everyone for day 2. Marios, we won't get you to speak because a quick announcement. We're out of here by 4 o'clock today, I've been told. So therefore, our panels will be nice and quick. We have lunch again, and we will keep things moving very, very quickly. And I've been told there's a buzukia tonight, which I've heard is very cool, Sean.
I know, I can imagine.
I can imagine. How did you enjoy day 1?
Day 1 was amazing. I learned a lot. And then later, we had to chill and relax, which was amazing at the same time.
Very cool. To get things underway today, Ed is doing a very special presentation, so I won't take up any time. Ed, you can start things and get things underway for the day.
Kalimera, everybody. I've got 2
Kalimera.
little guests here. There's a little personal story. Like day 1, as we know, it was all about the business, all about the ACLs, medical, but we've got to remember about the grassroots. And this is how my roots started in Athens in 2019, about player care. So with a good friend, Vivian Farouk, I've known these girls literally from 2019, and they are playing right now. And I think we always got to go back to the roots. So, Ole, could you just share who you're playing for and what position?
Now I'm playing for Valencia. It's a Spanish team. And I usually play centre-back or right-back. It's
Ariana?
defense.
Where do you play?
I usually play left back, but I try new positions too.
So, Ariane, what do you enjoy the most playing football right now?
The thing I love playing football is that I'm with my sister, I have fun, and I can't wait to start the games next week.
And Yole, like the fun aspect, share your thoughts of playing football.
I love playing with my teammates, also with my sister because we have a lot of fun. And I love practice.
Amazing. What element of the practice do you enjoy?
I enjoy playing 7v7 all together, the team all together, goalkeeper, also the coach plays with us. Yes.
And Ariana, yourself, like what area of practice do you enjoy?
I enjoy I join practice physical because it's my favorite, and I do bungee jumping. That's all.
Cool. And Yole, we've got some amazing leaders here. What improvement do you want to see so you play more football?
I want to see more girls' clubs because mostly the boys' clubs. I want to see different age groups of girls playing football all together. Yes.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause, please. And thank you so much.
Very nicely done, very nicely spoken. Marios, no words to get things underway.
No, just thank you very much, everyone, for coming once again. It is a pleasure to have you all with us. Yesterday we had a phenomenal day, and today will be no different. This is a unique opportunity for us to come together, exchange expertise that is almost impossible to bring in one place, and to once again come together to grow women's football at all levels around the world. Thank you for being here, everyone.
Thank you, Marios. We'll get straight into it. I would like to welcome someone who's spoken at this conference before, one of the most engaging speakers I've ever heard, so I'm very much looking forward to this. Mary will be talking about technical analysis of play at the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup. A round of applause for Mary.
The script. I'm not going to talk about technical analysis.
Okay.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. But when you want, I will be here with lunch. I can go through it. But after yesterday, I decided to do something different. I need your help with this. I know you had a long night, and I hope you had a good night, but I need to pick your brain to see if we're on the same line of energy. So stand up. I'm not going to make you jump. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think back on the moment you can remember that you had your first biggest dream. For me, it was around 10 years old. So think about that moment when you had that idea, that power, that energy, that you knew what you wanted to become. And I see some looking very serious. They probably already thought they were going to be a lawyer. Some with a big smile, thinking about that memory. Okay, thanks. Open up. I would love to hear it. What were your biggest dreams? What was your big dream in the first moment that you can remember? Who wants to share it? Yes.
My dream was to hear the national anthem of my country at FIFA.
How old were you?
35.
35. And that was your first big dream?
For women's football, yes.
For women's football. And what was your first big dream when you were a girl, a young girl?
I wanted to be a pilot
You wanted to be a pilot? Wow, and why did you want to be a pilot?
because my father was a fighter pilot.
Okay, so your father was a fighter pilot, but what really made that so special that you also wanted to become a fighter pilot?
I think being a daughter of a fighter pilot, every time you hear a fighter plane go by, I get some kind of a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that just makes me feel very nostalgic and reminds me of my childhood and my father. And you're not going to believe this, but every time I'm doing something really important in my life, and I'm not kidding you, a fighter plane goes by. And my father is no longer there. He died when I was 13 years old. But yeah, that's why I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I'm no longer thinking about being a fighter pilot, but I'm going to fight for women's football till the end.
I think the rest of us can sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you know, that is so amazing, what you shared. I think it's not about the firefighter, but it's about what you recognize with your father. What he was doing was he fought for other causes. And that might remind you also when you're 35, that it's maybe not your fight up there, but it might be your fight on the ground, on the grassroots ground to make changes. So great. So I would like to share my dream. I was 10 years old. I'm born in 1978. So some of you, they're old enough, can know 1988. Yes, Sonja can remember. 1988, guys, that was the European Championship football for men. And there was Marco van Basten. Do you remember Marco van Basten playing against Russia, against the greatest goalkeeper in the world, the Zayev? And Marco van Basten was in an impossible corner, receiving the ball and volleyed and made the Zayev only spin. At this moment, he is still lost. His navigation is still running like this. Marco van Basten scored that goal against Russia. And I saw all those people clapping and standing in the stands. And I saw the newspapers. And I wanted to be Marco van Basten. I played football also, and I wanted to become Marco van Basten. So I went out on the streets, kicked bicycle kicks, volleys, everything. I wanted to be Marco van Basten. There was only one problem. I was 10 years old, and my father and mother were Seventh-day Adventists. Meaning, I had to go to church on Saturday. To church in a dress. I don't know which one was worse, but okay. But on Saturday, in Holland, that was club day. Everyone was playing football, so I couldn't play club football. But my father made me go to church, but he also let me play on the streets. And on the streets, I was playing until 9 o'clock in the evening. And I was playing with boys. I was 10, they were like 14 to 18 years old. And they let me play with them as a goalkeeper. And they used me as a sitting duck, shooting as hard as they can to time how long it will take before I run off. But one thing, I was not going to run off. I was getting a broken nose. I was in the hospital many times, but every time I came back as a sitting duck. And I think after 4 months, they said, come on, we let you play. And on the streets, I remember feeling that it was only about two things. It was about quality, and it was about showing up every day. Of course, I would love to play like Marco van Basten. That dream didn't go away. And why I wanted to become Marco van Basten? Because then I could train 6 times a week with a professional club, with better coaches, who helped me improve my talent. That was the reason. Not to buy a Ferrari. Not to have millions on my bank account. But to have the best coaches that could help me grow my talent. That was my goal. I was at home. And my father came home and he said, Mary, I have a present for you. I have a ticket for a clinic of my company. And my company is sponsoring the professional club. But this clinic, it's on Sunday. And I'm like, wow, if I'm going to win that clinic, they are going to select me and I will become Marco van Basten. Right, 10 years old. Logic. So I went to sleep. I got my first soccer cleats, my soccer boots. You didn't have them? Oh, microphones, ears, I don't know what is the problem. Does it work? No. Other side. Other side? Maybe they want to just give me a handhold. Yeah, you can hear me? Okay, okay. So, I think I just skipped this one. Can I? Or can I do the handhold? Yeah? Okay. He told me already to change my ears, but it was not enough time. So, yes, it's working perfectly. Okay, so 14 years old, or 10 years old, and I got my soccer cleats, and I got my shin guards. On streets, you don't wear shin guards. And I got those nice long socks. And I was going to lay down in bed with my blanket on top of me, with my soccer cleats on and my shin guards. And I was dreaming, tomorrow I'm going to win. And I'm going to be Marco van Basten. And I woke up, and I went to the field, 199 boys, me putting my ponytail right, and damn, I got it cold. I froze. What if I'm not going to win today? That I'm not going to be Marco van Basten? Then my life ends. 10 seconds, that's all it takes when you're 10 years old. And then you go play. And I play my heart out. And in the end of the day, there was a big stage like this, and there were 3 men on that stage with suits, with a tie, with glasses and gray hair, like 70-year-old, very wise-looking man. And they were on that stage with the medals, and I thought, those guys are important. They look important, they look wise. And then they said, with number 3, Frank Jensen, and Frank came to the stage and he gave them the bronze medal. Congratulations. And with number 2, Vincent van Dijk, and Vincent came and got the silver medal. And then with number 1, and they were looking at the new, Mary Williamson, and they saw a ponytail coming to the stadium, to the stage. And I was on the stage, and he was looking like, Mary, amazing, 199 boys, 1 girl, you won, amazing. It's too bad that you're a girl, otherwise you could play with our professional club. So you know those sinkholes. I wish there was a sinkhole. I dove in there and would put the lid on and stay there. I cried. For my feeling it was 4 years, but it may be 4 days. I cried because my life ended there. And one day, when I was stopped crying, I decided they might not give me the professional ticket, but I can be a professional myself. So I went to the library. I never read a book, but then I started reading books about Will Corver, about Johan Cruyff. And I decided to buy weights for my ankles. And I went to department stores, up and down, to be the best I could be. And it's 16, my doorbell rang, and there were 2 little boys with their 4 friends, my neighbors. They said, Mary, our coaches are on holiday. It's summer holiday. So they're laying on the beach and having drinks or something. But we see you training all the time. Can you train us? I'm like, sure. So next day, I got a group of 16 little boys, 10 years old. I made them buy strengths, weights, And I raced them up to the apartment stores to train them. And I taught them the tricks that I learned from Johan Cruyff. The most beautiful thing happened. I saw them fall, and I picked them up. And I pushed them to go a little bit further every time again when they thought they didn't do it. And I felt I loved helping them grow. Key point moment, 1995. Ajax, Louis van Gaal. He made youngsters, 18 years old, play against Paolo Maldini, Franco Baresi. Oh, those men, beautiful. They were my stars also. But why did he play young guys instead of those big stars? And he told me, I play them now because they can become better than these biggest stars ever will be if I play them now. It's not where they are now at, but where they can become if you give them the opportunity. And I thought, you know, Marco van Basten, I want to be Van Gaal. So my next dream, I want to become Louis van Gaal and I become a coach. I wanted to become the best coach in the world. At my 21st, I did my A license with Ajax. And I saw Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the same age as me, with a Ferrari. Me doing my A license internship with an oversized training suit with intern on it. There weren't female sizes, so extra, extra large. And me with my car like, hope that it would make it on the arena. Long story, different story. But my time with Ajax, they were all asking me, so, Mary, if you have your diploma, what are you going to be? Coach of Ajax? Coach of Feyenoord? And I couldn't answer that question in the way they wanted it. I said, I'm going to take this license because I want to become the best coach in the world so I can serve as many talents as possible. I don't care about being coach of Ajax. That's weird. Why are you taking it? That's weird. I started professional women's football at FC Twente in 2006 because there was nothing there. And I only noticed that what if those little girls were given a chance to train like 10 times a week or 8 times a week at my age? And what would happen then if they were 20, like Zlatan, like Wesley Sneijder, like Nigel de Jong? And what if we judged them then, based on an equal playing field of development? And I knew that was my road. I had to set up women's football in the Netherlands. So I started with professional club women's football in the Netherlands. No one cares, they told me. So Mary, you have your opening day, January 21st, but no one cares. And all of a sudden, we have 450 registrations. On Saturday, it was my last game as head coach, as an amateur coach. I was 7 months pregnant with such a tummy. Saturday. And on Sunday was the first open day with 450 girls. And at Saturday, I lost my last game. So first, you're a pregnant woman, you're angry. Second, you lost your game. Believe me, that's not good for your hormones. So, then it's raining all the time. I know there are guys and girls from England, same thing as in Holland. Rains all the time. I get a call at 5 o'clock in the afternoon after my game. Mary, we have a problem. You cannot go on tomorrow because it's raining so much and we only have one field left with 450 players. I said, okay, thanks. But leave it to me. We're going to make it happen. But Mary, I'm in a tunnel. Okay, 5 o'clock, 450 players, one field. How am I going to do this, guys? My husband is working with the military as a UN officer, so he's great at planning. And I told him, okay, I have 450 players, I have one field, meaning I have around 2,000 people in the stadium. The stadium is there, the field is there. Let's make it work. 3 rounds. One goes to the fan store, one goes to the field, and the other one will get a stadium tour. Battle time. And my president came in, and I saw him coming in with his hair like this, wet, and like, oh, Mary, we cannot make it today. The national press is here. 450 players and only one field. We're going to be ruined. And me, with my big belly, I said, trust me, trust the process. And it went crazy, and it went wild, but we made it. And we decided at that moment we're going to start professional women's football, not only with a women's team, but with an academy, to give those young girls a chance. So 4 months later, I was the head coach. My son was born in between. I always make that joke, but it's really like that. He was just born and I could go coach again. I don't know, miracle. And I was the head coach of the first professional women's team. But the problem was, many players wanted to play with me because I was the first one, and they know me as a coach. So on paper, I had the most national team players, but they were not the players that I selected because I couldn't at that moment. We started the season. We played with a mix of players, and we got, in the end of the season, we got... You probably know a little bit about my competence now, no? No? No idea? What do you think? Me as a head coach? 1. Ah, yes. Great expectations. That's good. Last. I ended last on the table. Last on the table. So now I went to the president and I said, I want to release my national team players. 8 of them. He's like, what? You just ended last on the table and you want to release your best players? But I asked him, but what are my best players? Because my international players were coming from an amateur club. And they were used to train 3 times a week. And what they said to me, coach, we have to take one small step and go to maybe 4 times a week. But the media was looking at those women with that professional jersey. And the expectations were, you're FC Twente now, you're a professional. So I said, no, the men are training 6 times a week, we're going to train 6 times a week. Meaning, my player wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning, goes to work at 6 at Schiphol Airport, takes a drive at 12 o'clock to go to FC Twente, 2 hours, goes there for training, eats a free pasta meal at the club, goes for another training, drives back home at 11 o'clock in the evening. While the boys in between were laying on their stretchers, the women had to go to school or to their work. So is it logical to go from 3 times to 6 times a week, putting that demanding schedule on them, knowing medical history now? But I was a young coach and I was stubborn. And I wanted to do it like that. So I released my 8 national team players. And then my president said, well, Mary, it's great, but you don't have any budget. Oh, I see those faces. Oh, that one again. I know. Great idea, but you don't have any budget. I said, I don't need budget. I need 8 players from my U16. Sure, Mary. He thought, that's cheap. 8 U15 players. Second year. I got a call from Belgium. Mary, I want to play for you. I'm studying criminology in Brussels, but I want to play for you. I said, well, great. She drove back and forth 3 times a week. She was staying in the anti-squad room for the night she was staying in Twente. She studied criminology, she played for the Belgium national team, and she played for FC Twente. Unbelievable. So the second year, the young girls came in and we played ticka-taka, 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 ticka-taka. 90th minute, the clock went and boom, 2-1 loss. The media, that young coach, she sent away her best players. Now she's left on the table, she doesn't get it. Third year, I got a call from Switzerland. Mary, I would love to play with you. I'm like, what? She was coming from Switzerland in her car on Sunday evening, drove to Twente, be there with us until Saturday morning, and then drove back to Switzerland again. What did she get? No gas cost, because that was too much. the anti-squad to live in. For the rest, zero money. So those presidents, they were thinking like, what's going on with this? Why are those girls doing this? She's now actually the head coach, national coach of Ghana, Nora Hauple. Amazing woman. She was doing all of that. So third year, the ranking. You can guess. First place, you have hope. Last on the table. Okay, guys, I know, time, you don't have time in top football, and my career went really down now. Again, we lost in the last minute. But I knew there was something I was missing. I missed a different kind of player, not a tiki-taka player. And then I saw an American player. She was there for one day. And that American player, her name was Ashley Nick. She just graduated with USC, one of the best universities in the world. And Jim knows it. She was amazing when I saw her. So she graduated, and I saw her play, and I just gave her a call. Like, Ashley, hey, this is Mary from the Netherlands. I would love for you to come to play with FC Twente. And she said, sure, I just graduated. I got offers from the professional league in America. So what are you offering me? Well, you're going to train with the best coach in the world. 6 times a week. You have to go to school, otherwise I cannot get you a visa. She's like, what? I need to go to the University of Twente again? I said, yes. Very like that. Yes. Okay. She thought, like, what's going on? I said, I arranged for you to babysit with an American family. So at least you have some money to do some groceries. And she was like, okay, great, Mary, thanks. Okay. I said, but listen, Ashley, there's one thing more. You can become Captain America. That feels home. That hits home. Captain America. But I will tell you why. Why Captain America? There wasn't an American captain in European professional sports that has ever been a captain and won a title. So I told her that. You fly in, you become my captain, we become champions, and you are the first Captain America of Europe. 2 seconds. I'm in. Ashley Nick flew to Holland. And my board was there, and the new players came in. And Ashley Nick says, she comes in, she has high heels, like hamstrings like that, a blue dress, breasts up like that. And she comes in, hi, I'm Ashley Nick, and I'm going to make you champion. Right. I wish I could have made a photograph of that board member. They're like, what did you tell her? And Ashley Nick became my captain. And those young girls were laughing, Captain America, because they saw she couldn't play great tiki-taka. First match, center defender gets the ball. Ashley Nick, my defensive midfielder, gets the ball with her back to the goal. Wrong, of course. And she plays the ball back too soft, but she didn't saw the striker coming. Goal. Captain America. That's what I heard from those girls. Second game. Same situation. We were 1-0 ahead. The ball came. Ashley, we lost that game. In the break, it was quiet. The only thing I could hear was small voices. Captain America. Oh, girls can be mean sometimes. And Ashley stood up in the locker room and she said, I'm sorry, girls. I cannot play tiki-taka as great as you guys can. But I can fight for you. I can kill you for you. I will do everything for you to win a championship. But I cannot play tiki-taka. And at that moment, something switched in his group. When you are a leader and you want to be strong, sometimes you forget that you need to show your vulnerabilities also. And let people come to have a part in the story also. And at that moment, that happened. When Ashley took one step back, I saw the other players saying, hey, it's okay, we're going to help you with that. And all of a sudden, we were starting winning games. And my right fullback, who I was always saying, okay, how many assists can you make? I'm a Dutch coach. Dutch coaches are always talking with defenders about how much assists they can make. It's crazy. I know. Hey, Serena also. Right fullback, left fullback, okay, they have to be the first attackers. Yeah. But now, I saw my right fullback wanted to have a clean sheet. They were infected by Ashley, saying, winning titles, it's about first getting clean sheets. What's happening? Ashley was playing tiki-taka, those girls were fighting, and all of a sudden we were winning games. And there was one game to go. One game to go. And we were leading the table. And the journalist came to me and said, so Mary, you can become champions next week. And we said, we just focus on every game. But Ashley, no. She didn't focus on that game. She already called a plane to bring in her whole family and friends from America because she was going to be Captain America. No question asked. So it was her last game before that final. And we were into a duel. And Ashley gets into the duel, lands, and breaks her wrist 6 days before our final game. Yes, sinkhole number 2. And I was in the hospital, and the only thing the doctor was saying to me, hold her because this is going to hurt. And I was holding her like this, and Ashley was on, Mary, I'm going to play. I'm going to play next week. I'm like, what? Is this the morphine? Thursday evening, 1 day to go, 48 hours before the final match. Ashley's family was coming. There were tickets sold. The stadium was full with 20,000 people. And then I got a call from the doctor. I love doctors sometimes. They gave me a call and said, Mary, I have good news. Ashley can play tomorrow. There's only one thing. She cannot get into duels. Is there a doctor here? So how can a player not getting into duels? Great, doc. So Friday evening, I get my group together, and Ashley was there just expecting to play. And I said, okay, guys, listen. Ashley's on the bench. 89th minute, we're going to lead with 4-0, and I bring in Captain America. Got it? Okay. 89 minutes, Ashley, Nick on the bank. And then I saw the scoreboard. It wasn't 4-0. It was 5-1. And next to me came Ashley Nick with a red cast on her arm. I'm ready, coach. And Ashley got in. We won the game. And she became Captain America. And to me, from that moment, it was only the beginning, that we learned how to play for prizes, that the missing pieces were coming together. And if you look at that, those were all the prizes we were getting. It was only the beginning, and a big role for Ashley Nick in that chapter. She was a player, Jill Ward. You know her now on the World Cup stage. But she was playing with an amateur club. And they said to me, with the boys, Mary, we saw a girl play today. She played against the boys of FC20. She was incredible. I said, well, that's great, but why is she not playing with our academy then? You mean with the women? I said, no, with the boys. Serious? What is it going to do with that girl? If she's the only girl playing for a boys team? I said, I don't know. But I do know what it's going to do with her if she just kicked your asses and is still not playing because she's a girl. The guy was looking at me and he cleaned his glasses and he was saying, you're right. Next week, Jill Ward was playing as the first girl in the professional academy of FC Twente, playing against Ajax. She came on the field and the boys were like, a girl. The technical director came next to me, Mary, great, but why is she playing with our boys? I asked him, what do you think of her? She's one of the best on the field, I must say, he said. I said, wow, that's great. How many players of our FC Twente boys team are going to make the first team? What do you think? Out of you 15 boys, how many are going to make the first team? 1. I said, so if Jill is one of the best players of your team, why don't you let her play on your team? Because she is making that maybe one player, she is making that player better. He was looking through the glasses and decided to let her play. So after winning all those prizes, I felt I had to do something else. I had become technical director. I had to find a new staff, bringing in Arjan Furink as my intern, becoming the new head coach. Amazing, successful, but also amazing human being. And now, at 2015, I was done with Holland. I wanted to leave. And I was traveling the world. India. Sometimes things are meant to be, maybe. 2016, I was there with my husband, and we were going to do a clinic there. And they asked me to come to a small village, because 2 of these kids lost their parents in a temple fire in 2016. Left and right. Krishna and Kishore. And the boy was in love with football, and so they asked us to come and play with him. 5 days before he lost his parents, and then we came in, Dutchies. He doesn't know us. We're there for football. So my husband asked, do you have a ball? And he brings a ball, like that, and it looks good, but there's no air in it. And he starts to kick the ball, and when you see black eyes, full of hurt, you see a light twitch going on as soon as he hits that ball. And then I asked his sister, so what is your dream? She said, I would love to play football. I said, okay, tomorrow we're going to have a clinic. 48 boys in Kerala, 3 girls without soccer shoes, on their socks, standing there, behind the boys, making them small. So the first thing we say, no, let's come up front. So the girls were there, now with the boys behind them, and the parents were like, what's happening? And after 5 minutes, those boys and girls were playing together. No one cared anymore. I was going to the television station, and they asked me, Mary, why is it so important for you, gender equality, to come to India to do this? I said, this boy has a dream. This girl has a dream. It's only my thing to help them develop their talent. I don't care if they're boy or girl. And at that moment, I went back to my hotel room, trying to do something good on gender equality through football. And I got a message saying, FC Twente is stopping with the Professional Girls Academy because they have paid too much money on the men's part because they made Champions League. So the salaries in men's football were trying to keep up with Champions League level, and it collapsed. And the girls had to go home. And I was in India discussing gender equality through football, and I got that message. I called the Telegraph, and I said, okay, put in the newspaper, I'm flying home tomorrow, and I'm going to pick up those girls. But how? Click. Next day, I was in Holland, I gathered those girls, and I gathered the boys that I've trained with, and I said, okay, you want to have a professional training system, a professional academy? I'm going to do it. And we set a professional academy in 1 month with boys and girls mixed together. Boys and girls, U11, U13, U15, and U17. U11, U13, U15, U17. U17, that's impossible. Having girls with boys. They're not going to make it. Do you remember Wieke Kaptein? You haven't heard of her maybe. She's now signed by Chelsea for next year. She's the youngest debutant on the Dutch national team. Wieke Kaptein was 13 years old and played in our boys' league. Why? Because she was great. She was amazing. Not because she was a girl, but the boys listened to her because she was the best. This girl is one of the best players of the future of Holland. With 13-year-old, she played against 17-year-old boys. So what FC Twente couldn't do, we did. We set up the Football Equals Academy, boys, girls together, and went on. But I felt that it was not enough anymore for me to do it in Holland. I felt there were other goals that I had to score. It was not about Marco van Basten anymore. But what are the biggest goals in life that you can score? When I got that news, I got home, and you see my son. He doesn't like football, the left one. But his mom and dad are fully in football, so at Sunday he had to come with us, and we gave him also a ball. Because otherwise we should have left him home at 9 years old. So he just went, and he saw those girls are a lot better, but hey, he enjoyed it, playing. And then he was lying in his bed, and he said, "But Mom, it's not fair, is it?" I said, "What?" "Well, these girls of FC Twente, they cannot do anything about it that they're born as girls, do they?" Who of you has kids? Just a question. What are you going to tell him? What are you going to tell him? Are you going to tell him, but yeah, we love equality, and we teach you that for 16 years, but in the adult world, it's not always like that. We have to make money. And it's not that convenient anymore. And yeah, with boys we can make money and with girls not. What am I going to tell him? Everything I taught my son to be normal values was nothing if I didn't take any action. I love being a speaker. I love analyzing football on television. Tactical analysis, great. Technical analysis, if you want to talk with me about football, I love it. I know how to bring players from amateurs to professionals. Many of the players are now playing in the Dutch national team, winning silver medalists. In 10 years, they became amateurs to dynasty. In 10 years. From 3 times a week to professional clubs, playing for Liverpool, playing for Barcelona. The best clubs in the world. The coaches are now with the best coaches of the world. I know how to do that. But the only thing I don't know is how to go from prices to priceless. How can we make sure that the biggest goals we can score are global goals? And that the biggest sport there is on earth, making trillions, takes responsibility in not only getting the best talents out of Africa, but making sure they can produce and produce and produce more. One of these boys took a boat at 16 years old to go to Italy. He didn't tell his parents, he only wanted to tell them when he was successful and made it. He became a refugee in an Italian camp. His father and mother found out he was there. His father died and he couldn't go back home. We say talent is the most important. But is it because of that talent now in front of us, it's performing really well? Or do we have a responsibility to inspire and to create hope in where they come from? And I think I finally know what to tell him, my son. I finally know what to tell him. And Sean, I didn't forget it. Sean is now looking at her phone and she reminds it. I didn't forget it. My biggest goal is that I believe I can help develop talent. But I love to create perspective through football. If I can help you guys with something like that, to develop talent, to inspire talent, to empower talent, please find me. Because common sense is we all believe in talent. But now it's about action. What are we willing to do for it? I don't want to become the national coach of the Netherlands. I love helping them to get there. But what I love is that we really care about talent. And that we show leadership to our children in what we say is what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mary. I can't wait to continue with that partnership. Thanks to Athens Women's Football Summit, we actually connected, and I'm the chairperson of the Akakoro Football Academy, where the academy helps underprivileged kids from the Korogocho slums, and Mary here has been of great help, so we'll continue that discussion. Thank you so much, and I truly appreciate. Thank you for everything you do.
Sean, I just wanted to know, if there are some questions, I would love to answer them,
Yes.
or you can find me, of course, afterwards. But if there are some questions, please feel free and shoot.
Anyone with a question?
So, or it was really boring, or it was perfectly clear.
Thank you so much. All right, let's now move on to the next session. When it comes to the women's game, you can't deny England is a force to be reckoned with. Euro 2022 winners and Women's World Cup finalists. So today we'll just go through the legacy of England's Euro 2022 journey, and I'm humbled to welcome Rachel Pavlou. Welcome to the stage. She has over 25 years of dedicated service at the FA, so it's going to be a good conversation. So welcome, feel free. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I've been looking forward to this one. I have to say, when the schedule was made and I was asked to do this, they said Gilberto was a legend on day one. For me, he's a legend in my eyes with regards to this session. So just to break it down, this is how I like to break it down from an educational standpoint. We'll be going through like the legacy program of the 2022 Euros. And we're going to, like, as I said, we're going to look at first part of like the benefits of hosting like a tournament to keep it like grassroots, but also a mega event like the Euros. And then we'll be going through the actual England Euros legacy program with the slides when they're up. And then right at the end, due to us having a passion of sharing knowledge so others can like apply, we'll be breaking down like the basics of setting goals and a clear strategy of a legacy program, which hopefully other nations can apply around the world. So, Rachel, let's go straight to it. The benefits of hosting the Euros. Could you just go into that, reflecting of like the strategy beforehand and then the Lionesses actually winning?
It's really hard for me to sit here and tell you about the legacy of the Euros because it could take me hours and hours because it's just been unbelievable. I don't think Kelly and I could ever have believed that by winning it would have achieved so much for us. I'm going to leave my favourite reason and the thing that I really want to talk about to the end of my presentation. But some of the things that everyone should know about if they don't is 2.4 million more women and girls, 2.4 million are playing in England since the Euros. That's ridiculous. So that's amazing. We are selling out all of our England women's games, unheard of. We had the biggest ever attendance at our Women's FA Cup final in May, and I still believe it's a world record in terms of domestic game. But what I'm loving so much is the amount of females that are now coming forward wanting to volunteer, wanting to coach, wanting to referee, wanting to be board members. You know, this passion for the game has finally hit everybody, and it's not just a few people now that really care about it. So yeah, it's totally amazing. And as I said, I'm going to tell you a bit more when I do my presentation. But if you really want to know about this topic, there is a fantastic document on UEFA.com called The Legacy of the Women's Euros, and it talks about the economic impact, absolutely every reason why a country should do this, because without doubt, it's changed us for sure.
So just from a clarity standpoint, we're both privileged, you know, being brought up in England, you know, we have got resources, we have got access. I just want to touch on the benefits that any nation can apply the same strategy, and we're going to talk about that right at the end, but just for clarity, everybody follows winners. Now the Lionesses have won on home turf, everybody's glued to winning, but beforehand, there were struggles. We had that yesterday with Mark and Kelly of like, the program, like the strategy of like them winning is a reflection of the last 20 years of making. I see you nodding your head. Can we just refer to that little point before moving on?
Yeah, I would actually say
that it was way before the 20, 30 years of me and Kelly, to be honest. Kelly and I stand on the shoulders of the Women's Football Association, which was a group of volunteers that gave everything for the game when we banned it, and still believed that they could develop the game with passion and with desire and no money. There was people before that. People have seen films about the Dick Kerr ladies and the Manchester Corinthians, and there's all these different teams way before when they played in the war, when men were away. We got all these massive crowds, and they came back from the war and men banned them because they were so worried that this was going to take off and that women were going to be better than men at their national game. So we stand on all of those shoulders of everything that everybody has ever done. And we came in as a few women who just desperately wanted to change people's lives because we knew how much it had affected us when we were younger not to be able to play. And we were lucky enough to be paid to do it. We were the first women really in England to get money to work in the women's game. And I think Arsenal had Claire Wheatley, who's still there as well today, as the only female that was being paid in a club, thanks to David Dean and his vision for Arsenal women. So there wasn't very many women being paid, and we just felt we had a responsibility to pave the way for other women so that they could feel that they could one day get paid to play in the game. But yeah, it was not tough. It wasn't easy. It was really tough. And Kelly alluded to some really tough moments yesterday. There were times that I certainly didn't want to stay in my association because I didn't feel that they really cared about it as much as I desperately needed them to. And I'm delighted to say that I can't tell you how proud I am to work for the English FA now. Like we every day is just a blessing to be there, and I still love it as much today as I did my very first day in 1998. So that just shows that the game has just gone from, I say, 0 to hero. That's how I believe our game has gone in England.
Love that. And just again to the basics of the benefits. So people are watching around the world. What are the benefits of hosting like the Euros reflecting now?
I used to say years ago when I used to go to other countries that if you can host a tournament, it just raises the profile of the game to everybody, only in a little short amount of time. But that is your chance when it is coming to your country to really show everybody the brilliance of the women's game at whatever level, whether it's a junior tournament or a senior tournament, and to have all the eyes of that country on you and what you're doing. And that's why we used to do under-17 championships and why we took the 2005 Women's Euros. We always believed we had to let people see it. And we said that yesterday, see it. If you see it, you believe it. And we just knew that by taking a tournament, it gives young girls and women aspirations beyond all expectation. And I'm sure if you asked people in the room who've taken tournaments here, it actually doesn't matter if you don't win it. The important thing is that you're raising the bar for everybody to see this wonderful game, and you're bringing people from all over the world or all over Europe or your federation to showcase the game, and that is what is really special. And I just remember 2005, just all those young girls seeing women's football for the very first time, because we never had it on television. People didn't see it, and you could just see these young girls, their eyes light up at the thought maybe one day they could get the chance to play. And for anybody that's thinking about it, you've got to host at any level. It's really beneficial, for sure.
Before we show the video, when was the process when the legacy program got implemented or part of the competition itself?
Well, as soon as we put in a bid for the tournament, we put the legacy program in it as well. We wanted to do both. We always believed that a championship would have so much benefit if we could have a legacy program attached to it. And I was just so delighted that UEFA agreed with that. And when they took our bid and they saw that it all came together and that we wanted to escalate our women's football strategy, we were lucky enough to get the championships and flipping heck. It's been amazing since then, for sure.
I'm going to ask a cheeky question, but I hope people will appreciate what I'm about to say. How long did it take to create it? 2 to 4 weeks before the bid, or a couple of months? I think this is important. Years. Okay, so the legacy process.
Oh, years, because let's be really clear. We're going to talk about strategy, I'm sure, later, but we've always had a strategy for women's football since the moment we came in the door. We've always felt that was a really important thing to do. It focuses everybody on completely the way forward, so everyone knows our goals. And we'd already produced our strategy. And what we said to UEFA was, we're not doing a brand new programme for you. We're just going to escalate the strategy that we have. So in every single host city, every city that has a game for this competition, we're going to escalate our strategy. And we're going to just make it even better and even focused in those city areas and prove that if everybody is going in the same direction at the same time, then amazing things can happen. And I hope that people will be able to see the kind of things we've been up to.
Let's show the video.
Okay, let's see if it works. No sound. Yeah, sound. That video was produced as what we wanted to achieve. Mm-hmm. And what I'd like to do in my presentation is to take a very small part of that and talk to you all about it. But I've just got to give myself a bit of a pause, actually, because
I felt it.
I feel a bit woof, because that's what we wanted to do, but we've gone massively above all of that. And I still am really so proud of everything that's been achieved. So what anybody ever says to me, what's the best moment of your life? It will be that England won the Euros in my own country while I was still working in the game. That, without a doubt. But this is forever. This legacy work that we've been doing is for these girls and women forever. So you can't say that this isn't equal. So you okay if I crack on?
Crack on indeed.
So what I want to do, guys, is just take a real focus area on diversity and inclusion, because as you saw in the video, that was something we really wanted to hone in on. So I could talk to you about all the millions of things that we've done, but to be fair, we haven't got time. And this is my favourite bit. So I was allowed to kind of have a bit of license to talk about what I'm really passionate about. When we got the bid and we were allowed to have this legacy programme, UEFA gave us some funding to do that. And the first thing we did was we appointed a tournament legacy manager, because we knew we had to have someone to lead this. And I was very privileged because I was on the panel to choose that person. And Stacey Mullock has been absolutely awesome. And it just shows that when you bring the right people in the right roles, so much can happen. We decided straight away that we would bring in 2 people to help her. We would bring in someone in the north of the host cities and someone in the south of the host cities. We would ensure that those guys then would have volunteers in each of the host cities to really drive legacy. And we would make sure that every plan of each host city was tailored to their own city needs, but would follow our strategy. So we just gave them a framework, but they decided exactly how they wanted to do this. And then we were very privileged that Sport England, who are our government sports agency, wanted to invest. And they said to us, what do you want to invest in? And we said 2 things. We want you to invest in an insight officer, an insight and research officer, so we can prove all of the monitoring and evaluation to everybody that this is going to work, and set ourselves goals, targets, and show that whether we achieve them or not. And the second thing we want to do is we want to take the knowledge we've learned from our last big research project, which was done in 2019 at the time, during the Women's World Cup in France, which showed us there was this amazing amount of women who said, we want to play football and you've missed us because we're the missed generation. We are the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80-year-old women who you banned, and we have not had the chance to be part of our game, and we want to be part of it now. What are you going to do for us? So we said to Sport England, give us some funding, please, because we're going to try and find these women that we've left behind and we've lost and we've not done what we should have done for them, and we're going to inspire them to be part of our game, but we need a bit of help. So they gave us some money, and they said, what do you want to do with it? And we said, right, we know, and I'm sure you've all agreed because it's been said so many times, people are the absolute essence of women's football. You get the right people, you will always be able to do everything because you get the passionate people, the people that will do anything to help this game. So we were allowed 7 officers that were in our host cities, and their role was to do women's recreational football. So we're not talking about every single week in a club playing affiliated football. We're talking playing for fun, for friendships, when they want to, on their terms, the format that they want to, just their views on what football should look like. So that's what we did. So our 7 officers were basically told, you've got Pav to come and sit with you every week, all the way through COVID, and all the way through the tournament, and for how long we've got you afterwards. And every week we're going to think about where are our underrepresented communities in England and what are we going to do better. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of a flavour of some of those underrepresented communities and some of the work that we've done, because all these 2 days we've been talking about inspiring people and getting them involved. Until you go out and watch some of this in person, I can't bring it to life. It's impossible for me to tell you how amazing it is. But when you walk in those either those indoor places or those football pitches and you see the happiness on people's faces because football does that, then you know you're in the right job. And that's what me and so many people here and other people listening know about. It's that feeling that you get when you do this kind of work. So we've got all these different target groups. So this one that I'm going to start with is older women, people my age that didn't get a chance to play, and others, mums, menopausal women, all these different women just said to us, we want to play football on our terms. So we do soccer size, which is fitness with football, as a really good starter for those women who've never kicked a ball, because you've got to remember there's so many women who never even got the chance to kick a ball because they weren't encouraged to do so. So we have to start with even just getting them fit. And then what we found in soccer size was before the end of the first session, the women were like, are we going to kick the ball? And we're like, no, it's a fitness session. You're not going to kick the ball. It's just getting you out. No, we want to kick the ball. So then we're like, right, well, what we're going to do next? Right, walking football. So we do lots and lots of walking football sessions. This helps massively for people like me who are battered and can't run anymore. Love walking football because you still can get to score goals. You don't have to head it, which is great for me because I hated heading. You don't have to run, even better. And you don't have to tackle. Great! So walking football was definitely built for me. I absolutely love it. And it's becoming the game. Everyone's loving walking football. And people say, oh, it's the old people's game. No. Anyone can play walking football. It's brilliant. Gives you the chance to do all the fundamentals and to learn how to play the game. And then they were saying, well, we like this walking football, but we actually want to run now. You want to run? Okay, what do you want? Okay, right, you want to run. So we do 5s, 7s, 9s, small-sided. We do futsal, and we just let the women play. And everywhere in our 7 host cities, you have got these vibrant leagues now of women that are playing when they want to. So if they don't want to come 1 week, they don't have to. If they want to come 3 weeks' time, 5 weeks' time, they just play when they want to. And they play the format of the game that they want to play, and they do what they want to do. And it's awesome. But what has been my favourite thing about all of these things that mums and older women and menopausal women and everyone's doing at the moment is how quickly they're saying now, because, you know, women, we just want to go to the next thing and the next thing. Oh, I actually really enjoy this playing football, but now I want to coach. Now I want to volunteer. Now I want to referee. I want to give something back. And what we're getting is, quicker than I ever thought, this new workforce of women that want to be part of our game, and it's really inspiring, some of those ones that we're getting. So that's kind of like the bit I wanted to talk to in terms of this area. And then on to my next area, which is refugee and asylum seekers. And this is a subject very dear to my heart, because I went out to Germany a few years ago, and Wolfsburg reminded me about it yesterday, actually. I went to Germany a few years ago because I didn't know anywhere in the world that was doing a refugee and asylum programme for women footballers. And someone said to me, oh, there's a project in Germany, go and have a look at it. So I went with Amnesty International UK to Germany, and we were going around Germany seeing all these projects, and they were all men. I was like, well, where's this women's project then? Like, I've come to see the women's project, where is it? And we get to the last project of the week, and it's a women's project, and I'm like, oh, a women's project. So we're talking about this women's project with this organisation in Germany, and I sat down over breakfast with Amnesty International, and I said, right, we are going to go to England and we're going to smash this. We're going to have projects for women's from refugee and asylum seekers tomorrow. So the FA, English FA, fantastic. They gave me some funding. We employed an officer within Amnesty International because we believe you should go to credible organisations and work with them rather than do it ourselves. So we put the officer in there. We have a toolkit which anybody can read. You can download it off the internet, of good practice working with women from a refugee background. And straight away, we did workshops based on that toolkit, and we started to find this workforce in our 9 host cities that desperately wanted to help and support new opportunities for women, understanding what the trauma and the difficulties that women had gone through to come to our country in the first place. And that top picture there of a project in Hampshire, that was one of her first sessions that we went to. I'm not going to talk about her name, I'm going to protect her name, but she was so nervous and so worried and didn't know whether this was the right thing to do. In the bottom picture, a year later, she was graduating from our Amnesty International and English FA leadership programme for refugees and asylum seekers to try and get more coaches in the communities. 1 year, she felt the confidence to be involved in coaching and leading. So this is the kind of thing that I don't think anybody really, really understands until you work in it. The power of the game is unbelievable. The confidence that women have when they're around other women and they raise them, just like Monica said yesterday. You raise women up, they are empowered and they'll do whatever. And I could talk a lot about all these different projects, but this one has just actually happened because of the Euros. So it wasn't even happening at the time of the Euros. Because of the refugee work we were doing, because everyone was talking about it, the Mayor of London, the Greater London Authority, Queen's Park Rangers, Men's and Women's Club, Middlesex FA and ourselves put money into employing somebody within London to do sessions with refugee and asylum seeker women. And that woman there, Ikra Ismail, she's going to be someone who ends up probably running the FA, because she's absolutely inspirational and amazing. She just needed an opportunity to work full-time in women's football to start to shine, and that's what she's doing at the moment in London. So there's just so many stories I could tell you. The other area that we've been working on massively is to work with Black and Asian communities in England. We really want women's football to be representative of our society, and we know it's not at this moment in time. So we're trying to do everything to get the grassroots right. We work again with credible organisations like Football Beyond Borders. We work with faith groups like Muslim Sports Association. We go into temples, we go into mosques, but we work with the organisations to do that. We don't just go in.
Yeah.
And that's what's really important. Again, it all goes back to who knows that community first and best, who have the lived experiences, because we don't. So can they help us to go in there? And there's some lovely examples, Neasden Temple, in London, Kisra Mosque in Manchester. Women are playing, women are wanting to step forward and be the coaches and volunteers of the future. The LGBTQ plus community, 2 of our host cities, Brighton and Manchester, have one of the biggest populations of the community. So we did a lot of projects to understand more what we needed to do. And it was very much around belonging. It was very much about confidence. It was very much about inclusion. So we've now got festivals and leagues where everyone can play together, whether you're trans, non-binary, gender fluid, gay, straight, it doesn't matter. Everyone plays together. And you can still go back to all your own clubs, but they can play together at weekends and have fun and then go and have a few drinks afterwards. So there's some really super projects going around there as well. And then, my last group that I wanted to pick up on is women with disabilities, which has been the hardest thing that we've done, because just before COVID, I thought we were really cracking this area, and then COVID happened and it set us back so far, but we're just starting to come back again, which is brilliant. So lots of projects around England now with women that have disabilities, not just playing, but again, how can they coach, how can they be a leader in their community, how can they be that role model? And just to be really clear about all of this, yes, it was happening in the host cities, but at all times we were sharing this good practice with the whole of our counties in England, so that they then could pick up on the pitfalls that we'd found, the issues that we had, the positivity that came from it, so that they could then copy it in their counties. And every single county in England, all 50 of them, have an inclusion and diversity plan now for women's football, which includes the recreational game, because they're all realising that it's actually really easy to go to people and say, what do you need us to do, and who can help you in your community to do that? And our role is to empower that community and train that community to be able to do so. So last couple of slides for you guys. Not going to go through all of these. You probably can't read it, but it's the big one for me. Our target was to find 20,000 females to play recreational football, because barely anybody was doing it. And we were supposed to do that by 2024. And by 2023, this summer, we'd got 21,000. So we'd smashed it with a year to go. I do believe women's recreational football is something that will grow and grow in England. And I'm really delighted to say that in our next strategy, which starts next year, it will be a pillar in there without me even having to do any pilots anymore, because we've proved the case that women just want to play for fun, fitness and friendship. And actually some of them will enter the competitive game because of that confidence. And that's what's been a real winner on it. And last side, save the best till last. Biggest Euros to date. Yeah, biggest attendance ever for a men's or women's European Cup final. Can we just make that really clear? The biggest attendance ever at that final, and the biggest sporting event in history. But this is my favourite. Those girls won, and they all sat on the coach, and they wrote a letter to our government, and they said, you've got to have equal opportunity for girls. You've got to stop this situation where boys grow up, go to school, play football, play in school, play outside, play in the playground, have every opportunity, and girls get nothing in most of the places. And they called upon our government to do something about it. And the government went, okay, we're going to do something about it. We're going to sort out the amount of time that girls can play in the curriculum. We're going to sort out the money that you need to do so. And they're going to help equal access for girls to play in schools. That one thing, allowing girls to play in schools, will change everything for the game, and it will make it inclusive, and it will make it the best game. And as Kelly said, in England it will be the second biggest sport, and hopefully in Europe and the world everyone else will do it too. But yeah, that is my favourite, certainly to last.
100%. I've got some follow-up questions, but there will be Q&A, because I hope people can take the opportunity in the room. Just with some follow-up, I want to go back to that 20,000 target. Could you just share, hitting that target, the influence for 2025?
Yeah.
I think that's a really important point.
Yeah, I went back, didn't I, to say to you all how important it is to be able to monitor and evaluate. By going to Sport England and saying, hey guys, we beat your target with a year to come, and we've taken you around to watch these things in person, and you've loved it, haven't you? What do you think? Can we keep it going? And they went, absolutely. We're now going to fund your officers, your 7 officers, till 2025, because the legacy of this is unbelievable. You know, we want you to carry on. And then Nike, who are our English FA sponsor, said, not only do we love what you're doing, but we're going to give you money. So we're going to give each of those 7 officers £20,000 each. Go and do more underrepresented communities work, because we know it's not easy, and you know you need a lot of help to do it, and you know you probably need some money to do it. So go and do it. So Nike put the money in as well. So it's had a massive effect funding-wise. But I'll go back to what I just said. Now, in our new strategy, inclusion and diversity and women's recreational football, these areas will be in that strategy. It will be for everybody in the country to be able to access. So we've had not just a lasting legacy in our 7 host cities, it's ricocheted across the country, which is just what you need to do.
And just with the review process, you said a great point about focusing on good practice so other counties can follow suit. Did you have a review system of that? online, or a way where everybody can like log in and then you can evaluate, so it makes it a better strategy on the ground?
Yeah, so every county FA every year has to do a plan for the whole of the game in their local area. And we have leads in women's football in every area that want to have some direction of how to go and do this. So we put together the whole of women's football, all the things that they think of in terms of good practice. So they get like videos, they get links to projects, they get photographs, they get all kind of things, and then they can actually go and speak to certain people about that particular project to get some inspiration. And then they write a plan, and then we get to read it all, and then we just make sure they're all in, going in the right direction. If they've not really understood something, we put them in touch with other people. So yeah, they've learnt a lot from what we've done for sure.
And just from a programme standpoint, 'cause there were so many going on with different communities, which that's the amazing side, but taking a step back, I just want to focus on how the communication side, you said a great point in that with the different communities, you made sure you had the right person to communicate it and then embed it. You didn't force it. Could we just touch on that from a communication standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, look, I go back to what I keep saying all the time, and from that beginning of the strategy, we said we need to find the local community leaders who have the lived experiences, who the girls trust and know to be the leaders of tomorrow. And then when we found them, we help and support them. And by doing that, we're leaving those communities now to have the best opportunities. Those girls see those women, particularly women, who are now their role models, and they want to be like them, and they want to play football because they can see those coaches, those who some of them were mums only a few years ago and not doing any football, maybe just watching their sons play on the sidelines. But we've got them to step over the sidelines, and now the stuff that's going on in the local communities is brilliant. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not sitting here saying we've done it. We absolutely haven't. We've got so much more to do. But we're doing things now that are creating a movement of belief in our country that it can be more equitable, it can be more diverse, it can be more inclusive. And that the badge that I wear nearly 99% of the time, my Football for All badge, it's becoming more football for all. And that's what I stand for.
So just let's define Football for All. Like, how would you define it now?
Every single person in England, whether they're female, male, whatever background they come from, do not have barriers to play, that we can break those down and that they have the same chances to play the game. I just want to know that if you have a child and you have a boy and you have a girl, you know that when they grow up, it's the same chances, the same opportunities.
I love that. I may have to clap for that, because that's what it's all about. Final theme, because I do want some Q&A. Could you just provide some tips so other nations could literally get the first step going from like putting a programme in
Well,
place?
I'm hoping, because of the work that FIFA and the confederations do, that if you are a national association that want to host, that you will already have a strategy for women's football. You have to have one. There's no going past that now. And if you don't have one, there are lots of people in FIFA and the confederations that will help you to do that. So have your strategy first, so you know where you're going and what you want to achieve, and why hosting a particular competition will help you. Then once you've got that and you want to do a legacy programme, and you put in how you're going to escalate your strategy when it happens, you have to appoint somebody to be that leader. And if you don't have lots of money, there are passionate people that will do anything for women's football, and I know that because I get to work with so many people who volunteer, and if it was not for the volunteers in the women's game, we wouldn't be where we are today, and they're still doing it today. So you can, yes, we have money, but we didn't used to. So you have to empower people and raise them up and tell them how much we need them to get them involved. They need to be your leaders of this programme in their communities. You need the groups of people who are from schools and clubs, from coaches and volunteers, the people who have funding. You need them to be together in that host city to deliver it. And then if you can, you need someone to be able to monitor and evaluate it, as I said, because until you can show where you came from to where you've gone, it's very difficult to then ask for more funding or more support, because once they can see you're on that trajectory, a lot of people will want to come in and support you, particularly sponsors who are so desperate to work in women's football because they can see the values that we have And they align so much to the sponsors that I know are out there that are desperate to work with the game.
Last one, with the sponsorship side, it's not about hitting the big numbers. Is it all about the impact? Just to clarify that.
And Kelly made a brilliant point yesterday, didn't she? Well, she makes lots of brilliant points, but she made a brilliant point yesterday about Barclays, and the discussions were not about numbers. They were about values and about alignment. And everything we've ever done with our sponsors always started with that conversation. What do we believe in? What do we think women's football stands for? Do you feel the same? And do you feel by working together we can do some good? And when we tried to get the funding for the officers, the recreational officers, I didn't have to work very hard with Nike. You know, they could see that our work was aligning with their work and what they believed in, and then it's simple. They
Amazing.
Yeah.
And I have to say one more. How is it developing female leaders as well through all these programs?
That's the best part of it. Without doubt, and that's my favourite thing to say is that I can't believe how many people now are coming to us and saying, I want to help you. I want to be part of what women's football stands for. And I could literally sit here and give you name after name after name after name of women who are from different communities who are now standing up saying, we want to take this game to the next level with the girls in our area. And that makes me so happy, because then it doesn't matter whether we're still here, the communities will be here and they will develop the game with us.
That's the purpose of a legacy.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. I would love some Q&A if you've got any questions. I'd love the mic. Mark.
That's easy. When you want something more than anything and it's taken away from you, all I ever wanted to do was play football because my brothers did and my best friends did, and to be told that you can't because of your gender. From 7 years old, I knew that I was going to do something about it. I knew it. I knew all through my life that I would do something about it. And when I got the chance to join the FA, all my football friends said, "What are you doing? Why are you joining them? They banned you. They've ruined your life. Why are you doing that?" And I said, because you can't make a change unless you're in there. You can't influence people and show them why it means so much to you if you're outside, because all that sounds like is noise when you're outside, that you're just moaning, that you're just not happy. But when you're inside and they get to know you and they can see that actually you're an all right person, really. You're quite a nice person, really. You're trying really hard in life. And all you want to make people to realise is, all I want is what you've got. Just give me a chance. I don't care if I didn't get to play for England. I just wanted to play. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to play with my brother. And he hated football in the end. And I used to go and watch him play in goal, and he used to stand with his arm on the side going, "I hate this. I want to go skateboarding." And I was like, sod off, I want to play football. I want to be in that goal. Like, you can play and I can't. And you don't know it until it happens to you. But that's what's driven me. The thought that there's girls and women even around the world now, because I know of all the people that I've helped that are now directors, they're now CEOs, they're now head coaches all around the world. I know I've done that little tiny bit, and it just makes you feel so good, like Monica said yesterday. I resonated so much with what you said, Monica, because my life is happy because of the people I know, and the fact that I just had that little bit of help that I've given to some people, and I still can. So I'm hoping that the FA, if you listen to the English FA, I want to stay longer. 25 years is not enough. Just keep me going.
Dev? Question, yeah.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, first of all, Rachel, for the presentation. And it's being a proud Englishman and a native of Wembley, it's visceral for me to be able to see the impact that has happened over the last few years. So it's massive kudos to you and your entire team for what you've done, not only for English football, but for the way that will resonate across the whole world with regards to participation. I had one query, though, if I may, and it's more focused on challenges that you faced and strategies that you try and apply to overcome these challenges. All of the numbers that you displayed were very impressive. However, there was one which stood out, which was probably
the referees?
not quite on track.
The referees?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Now, we've rendered services to referees, and that's probably the least attractive element of the game with regards to entering, even more so with the amount of abuse that's being faced now. So what do you do as an FA to try and encourage more women getting into the refereeing side, despite all of the barriers and all of the unattractive elements of that part of the game?
Yeah, that is an absolutely brilliant question.
Thank you very much.
It is because you know when like, I hope you don't know me, but there's things that just really frustrate me, and the way that people treat referees is just, it's not acceptable, and I find it really hard. I am someone who sits on I sit on the terraces every fortnight, and I'm shouting at my team like everybody else does. But once they start saying anything about referees, I don't, because I think it's an amazing job that people do to get into it. So we are very clear that we have to do more to help and support referees. And there's lots of initiatives to support them and to help them and to show them that they're really important to us. But when things happen at the highest level in the game, on the men's side or the women's side, and it's beamed all over the world, and we remember only literally last week with the Liverpool game, it's really hard for those individuals to think, well, do I really want to do this? And then put it in the women's side where they're not even full-time to be women's referees. But I'll always say, but the good news is there are so many people that are not put off by that, and they have joy in being a referee. And what we always do on anything that's a challenge is we face it. We sit down and talk to referees about what we can do better to support them. We give them all the tools to help them, and then we raise them up. So we have a lot more to do, but we've literally in the last few weeks released our refereeing strategy for the next few years. And in there, there's a lot more support. So if you really want to go into what we're doing, because I can see Ed's doing this, and I don't want to start by not helping you, but the referee strategy will really give you some help and support. And PGMOL, which is the professional body for the refereeing, they've appointed some absolutely super people, including women, in that organisation in the last year or so. They're going to drive it as well for sure, because they're women's football through and through. So I can see some changes happening without a doubt.
I wish I could be here longer, but really we've got to keep going. But Rachel, thank you so much for being here. Hope everybody online watching this and in this room have learnt a lot as much as I have right now, and thank you very much.
No problem.
Add one more chair. Thank you very much. Just so we're across it, we have one more panel now, and then we will make our way to lunch. Again, we have to be out by about 4, so we will have a quick hour lunch afterwards. Sorry, wrong chair. And then we'll move on. But moving on, because the next panel is coming up, I welcome David, Dev, and Alexandra to join me here. Player rights is what will be discussed shortly. Guys, welcome. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hey. Firstly, I've been sitting on the seats there facing the stage, but what a view from here. Wow. Thank you so much to the speakers this morning. It's been super inspiring. And what we're going to try and do for the next 40 minutes or so is we would like to start by talking about something that's a little bit harder but necessary for us to be discussing, which is really some of the challenges that players do face, especially as they go through some of the processes around abuse and the challenges that come with that. But I promise you, we are going to become a little bit more optimistic as we go through, and we'd like for everyone today to try and take home something with them that they can actually implement in their own cities, countries, wherever you might be in the world, but something tangible for you to start working on, whether locally, whether internationally, but really to try and shift the dial on this. It isn't really just a narrative that we're trying to bring here. We are trying to action what we're speaking about. So with that, I'm going to put the first question to you both, but as part of that, I think it's also helpful for you to give an introduction, which reminds me I probably should have done my own as well. I'll do that later. But really, what is abuse in the context of players' rights, and why are we here to talk about that today? But before I do, let me just do a quick introduction on who I am, especially for the audience online. So my name is David Olfrey. I am a lawyer with Clifford Chance. I also sit on our global ESG board, and I'm also one of the founding partners of the Center for Sport and Human Rights. So with that, can I start with you, Alexandra?
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here representing FIFPro, the International World Players Association, Football Players Association, and on these topics that are, of course, so relevant to us. Regarding, what is abuse? I think it's about imbalance of power and abusing that imbalance of power. So using in a wrong way the difference of power that people may have in the industry. So this, of course, applies to coaches sometimes that can be in that position. They are like keeping the gates for the future of these players, so they have a lot of power over the players. But it can also be federation people in power, people that take decisions regarding football. And this can actually apply to male players and female players, although we see it more in women's football.
Dev, do you want to say hi? And also I'm going to push you a little bit further on that. So we're still talking about this in 2023, and it would be great to hear from you and from some of your experiences where these are starting to come up a little bit more. And of course, there's some key ones that we will go into in due course. But over to you, Dave.
Now, first of all, thanks, David. It's a pleasure to be sitting here. Thank you to Marios for the kind invitation to have me over in Athens again. And thank you to all of you for attending and for being part of this wonderful summit today. And hopefully it does lead to even more positive change in the future. Finally, thank you to my friend Alejandra for tolerating me, as always. My name is Dev Kumar Parmar. Even though I said that in a very Indian way, I'm an Englishman. I'm based in London, and I've been practicing in sports law for the last 13 years. Prior to that, I was based in criminal defense when I was called to the bar in England, and that kind of led to some of the work that we've had for want of a better word, an opportunity to be instructed in with regards to abuses in sports. I completely latch on to what Alejandra mentioned just now. I completely concur with it. But with regards to where we're seeing it more and more these days, yes, we're seeing it on the women's side. We are seeing it with minors. We are seeing it with men. What I think is more pertinent at the moment is the courage for people to start reporting it. And I'm not necessarily saying that there's been a sea change and all of a sudden, as soon as there is an element of abuse that takes place within football, that people are ready to press the button. But it has become available, a little bit more accessible for those that are seeing or suffering abuse to be able to do that. And that has manifested itself in some of the cases that you might want to refer to now from a footballing perspective, although the most prominent ones still are with male.
And thank you for lining that up perfectly, because I think where we wanted to start with going through some of the cases, and this is really for everyone's benefit. You've got 3 lawyers technically on the panel here, so I appreciate it's not everyone who understands how some of these cases come about, but also what happens next. And so just to add some cases that followed in Afghanistan, we've had similar reports across the world, including Haiti and several of the African states as well. And the way this works is it's the players themselves who tend to drive lanes. But what we've seen through these cases is that it doesn't always go very far when that does happen. And organizations like FIFPro, advisors like Dev, are people who stand in, we have done too, to try and support the process. And we're not proposing to go through the process, but what we want to actually highlight is just how much of a tip of the iceberg this really is. And what we mean by that is we also saw what happened recently at the World Cup. Something like the kiss, which I'm sure when I say that, it's very obvious to everyone in the room because it is such a prominent example. But what does that actually mean? And we are seeing increasingly that those who are within this process, who have been subject to these investigations, continue to persist within the sport in many ways. And that sounds like something's not working, especially when you realize that it goes back to the position that these are the gatekeepers to some of these conversations, these are the gatekeepers to the access to some of this. And I want to turn to you, Alexandra, if I may, to really hear from FIFPro's perspective where we are on this journey. I know it is a journey, and how much more we actually need to do. And you've obviously got first-hand experience for some of these in the context of the work that you do.
Yeah, well, there's a very, very long way to go. There is a little bit of evolution, so that's the good news. Like, you have to see whether there are some steps that are taken, but there's so much more to do. There's so much more to do in order to insert proper reporting mechanisms at national level in the different countries. And what is proper reporting mechanism? It's a mechanism that allows a person that is feeling this abuse or that is seeing this abuse on someone else to report it safely to a person or to organization or whatever it can be that will do something about it, that will not report that this person said this, right? And this basic stuff that you say like, yeah, okay, this is common sense, these things are today not being done, right? So at FIFA level, this has improved in the last period, especially after some reforms in the disciplinary committee, in the disciplinary code, especially because it's only as of this year, actually, that the victims of abuse are now allowed to, for example, appeal a decision that is taken in FIFA. So you are a victim of abuse, you report it, you go through all the process, you actually help football and society to take this person out of football. They do not belong. They should not be there. You are doing everything. There is a decision, and these players did not have any right to appeal. So the only one that could appeal the decision was FIFA. Yeah. And within FIFA, they have two bodies. I don't want to get too technical, but there's an investigatory chamber that, as the word says, carries out the investigation, and then there's an adjudicatory chamber. That is the one looking at this report that they get from the investigatory chamber, and they take a decision. They can also hold a hearing. But when there is a discrepancy between these two bodies within FIFA, so when the investigatory chamber says, you know what, I think there's enough evidence to put this person outside of football, it's a dangerous person to football. And the adjudicatory chamber says like, no, I don't think so. I don't think it's enough. The only ones that could appeal this was the investigatory chamber. But it's all FIFA. So I can imagine that it was uncomfortable for a person within FIFA to appeal the decision of FIFA. Yeah. And that in practice did not happen. And that was something really, really terrible for the victims or survivors of these abuses. Now this has changed, so this is a huge step forward, but there are many things lacking. There's a lot of lack of expertise. I think there is willingness from the people working in FIFA. I don't think there's enough willingness from the top, to be very honest, because if there was, then you put resources on it, yeah. Right? So it's not like FIFA is poor and they cannot afford this, right? I mean, I think we all agree on that. So that is very clear to me. That being said, there are people, workers within FIFA that really do their utmost, but they are learning because yeah. It's something really new to deal with for them, if you consider, the history of FIFA, because before this was not talked about, this was not dealt with.
Yeah. I just wanted to latch on to what Alana was saying with regards to there's this new possibility for the victims of abuse to make that appeal. That's true. But how accessible is it? And do they have information to access that? Now, part of that is down to the great work of what FIFPro does anyway, to spread this information through all of its through all of its constituent unions and all of the people that it works with. But still, for someone that has been abused or been in that kind of situation, they might not have information readily available.
Yep.
When we're talking about people at a federational level, the only individuals that the abused person would necessarily have had access to might be the people in that federation themselves. And if it's a federation that doesn't necessarily have a union, because as we were kind of discussing previously, FIFA has got 211 member associations that are signed up to it. 211, right? There are 192 signatories to the United Nations, and we've got 20 odd more at FIFA, so go figure. But with regards to FIFA, I think you've got about 67 odd,
yeah.
70. So only 1/3 of the footballing world is covered by FIFA. 2/3 are uncovered. So for players in those jurisdictions where they don't even have a union, where are they going to get that information from? So it's fantastic that we now have that possibility.
Yep.
Now it's a case of spreading the gospel, so to speak, and ensuring that everyone has got access to that information.
Yeah.
And that's the next challenge, right?
Just a small thing on that, like it's true and that is really challenging for us. But that being said, we do represent those players as well. So if they come to us, and we have done it already actually in several cases, I would say that actually most of the cases of abuse are of countries that are outside of FIFA in the sense that there's no player association. And there could actually be a connection on that, right? Because our player unions at national level, they do a lot of work that sometimes help prevent this from happening, although it still happens, of course. But that I wanted to say it because I think it's important that everyone knows, and that, you know, also when you spread the message, if you hear of any situation like this, they can always reach out to FIFA and we will protect them, that we will represent them. So just rest assured about that.
So what I wanted to do next, if I may, which was just to sort of play out how this would actually look. And I say this because we are in a stage, I mean, the stats on the last presentation of Rachel were fantastic. This is the growth trajectory of the sport, especially for women. But what happens when you've got these players coming in and these imbalances of power continue to persist? Most of these people will not have anyone to speak to about this. When they do find someone to speak to about it, as Dev said, it's probably someone within their own organization. And oftentimes, it becomes that person's problem, so there is instantly a conflict. I want to go back to something Katie actually said in the talk yesterday, which was, how many options do girls actually have? Let's step away from UK and its success for a second, but internationally, it's a very small number. The cases that we have worked on, and I don't want to overemphasize this point, but it needs to be said, often the abusers are within the infrastructure themselves. And there's not one, but it tends to be many. And they're also very linked into the government institutions. And often they're not actually backed by local federal laws that protect them. So you're talking about internal systems like FIFA's, you're talking about internal systems within the federations, and you're talking about individuals without much choice in how they can participate in football. With that said, though, and this is where it starts to get a little bit more optimistic, I hope, because we are starting to see the improvement, but it's really important here also to try and set out how we, in this room, through our networks, through our knowledge, can actually drive this forward. This comes back to, we want the players to have the same rights they would always have as humans outside of sport. Sport has, for many decades, made exemptions for itself on the basis of various reasons, but fundamentally, we are now in a world where people are more aware about the need to be socially responsible. We're able to have open discussions about this, no matter which gender you are, no matter where you come from in the world. I think there are some jurisdictions that still argue that certain rights are above other rights, but fundamentally, I think there's an open conversation in corporates, in the institutionals, and in your federation levels as well. Can we talk about some of the improvements that we're starting to see when it comes to women and how rights are being brought up in and across some of these spaces? And I'm going to put the question to you, Alexandra, because I know there's something brewing, and it's something that is very important. We discussed health for a while yesterday. And I'd just like to put the floor back to you now to try and move from where the conversations around abuse have actually led to an opportunity to improve and to take things forward.
Yes, so one of the things that we worked on a lot and that we were able to put it through, although there's again a very long way to go, is on the maternity rights for players. So in FIFPro, we did a report, a research, and then a report in 2017 on the employment conditions of female players. And that report showed that the players were leaving the game, I mean, we saw it, but then we had it in numbers. The players were leaving the game too early, before reaching their peak. And of course, this is not good for the players. And that is our main concern, because we protect the players, but it's also not good for the development of the game, right, of women's football. And we asked what were the main reasons for these players to leave the game early, and they gave us two reasons. One, very obvious, not enough money. Yeah, we need to live from something. We love football, but you know, there's a moment where we cannot do this double career anymore. Okay, we started working on that, and I'm going to refer to that maybe later. And the other reason, and it was a really high percentage, was that they wanted to start a family. And there was, of course, no protection at all. So we started working on that, and we prepared what was called the FIFPro parental policy. So it was not only about granting rights to females, that's the first thing that I wanted to clarify, but of course mainly really protecting pregnancy, maternity leave, right to breastfeed, well, all these obvious things that incredibly enough had not been regulated until 2021. So in January 2021, it was when FIFA incorporated these rights into the FIFA RSTP. And that was done because we presented this to FIFA. We said, like, listen, I mean, it is unbelievable that we don't have any protections yet. We did a lot of research to develop this because we wanted to know how it was regulated in other sports. It had not been regulated internationally in any other sports. So that was also very tricky because there were some standards that looked basic and obvious and maybe even like too little what we were proposing according to X country. But for another country, that was a complete revolution, right? So what I feel about these regulations is that they are really amazing because they apply to these 211 members that FIFA has, that Deb was mentioning. And in many of these countries, there is no protection at all for pregnant women on another job, like even outside football. So you are bringing this social change through football that hopefully, this is what I want to think at least, will lead the way, because at national level, probably you will say like, hey, I'm a cleaner, but why do players have a maternity leave and I don't, right? So hopefully this will happen. We are still far away from this because many of the member associations, the federations, have not implemented this, although it is mandatory. It is already mandatory, but they should have put it in their own regulations since the latest July 2021, and most of the countries, and this is the truth, have not done it. But this was 2021. We kept on monitoring and seeing like, okay, what is happening? Now we have a little bit more pregnant players or players that have had kids. So we created a new project that is called the Postpartum Return to Play, with a weird name that probably will change the name because it's not only about postpartum, but also pre, right? To prepare for pregnancy, but anyway. And we created two working groups, one with professional football players that have had kids, so they have the experience firsthand and they can tell us like what they needed, what was enough, what was not enough, how their club supported them or not, and what they really missed, even with the new protections of the FIFA RSTP. And then the other part, the other working group is technical, so it's with doctors, with physiotherapists, etc., that also have experience on this. So what we developed, and it's not launched yet, so but you're getting a little bit like the first news. We're going to launch a guidance. Actually, it's two guidances. One for players, like, okay, what do I do? I want to become pregnant. How do I plan this? Once I become pregnant, what do I have to do? What are my rights? What are my obligations, etc.? and another one for what we call the players' entourage, and this is clubs, federations, anyone that is around the player to know also what they had to do. Because sometimes it was not about unwillingness, but also about being completely lost. Like the player would come back from her maternity leave, and the physio was a little bit clueless because they did not have specific knowledge on what happens to a pregnant woman that comes back to sport. So they knew how to recover from injuries and this and that, but not from a delivery, right? So yeah, we're really enthusiastic about this project, and part of this project is intended to also include some further obligations within the RSTP. Let's see if we get there. And in the meantime, we also received some new ideas from FIFA on things to incorporate in the FIFA RSTP, including, for example, adoption that had not been included in the beginning. So, of course, the players should also have a right to a leave in the case that they adopt, etc. The main problem, and I will stop there because otherwise I just don't shut up. The main problem is that FIFA is addressing it on a gender level. So they are only granting adoption rights to female players. They're only adopting parental rights to female players. And I don't know if they see it, but to me that discriminates us even more, because we are the ones that have to all the time be in charge, you know, of the kids, on top of the men having the right to be with their children. So it's quite crazy. We will see if we can convince them. But yeah, that's a little bit in a nutshell what we've done with maternity.
Excuse the pun, but what's the due date for this?
This is going to be launched in November, end of November, and with FIFA that we try to convince them. I hope it's less. Let's do it more like a swift thing. So probably before the end of the year.
Dev, did you want to come in on that? Because otherwise I have another question for you.
Well, just come in slightly on that. Not to quell all the positivity of the wonderful work that FIFPro has done in bringing this forward. And it's unfortunate that despite the fact this was sought to be implemented worldwide 2 years ago, it's still not completely been rolled out. But it is a huge, huge step. But to answer your question initially with regards to some of the changes that we've seen, going back and just hopefully wrapping up the place in football, and you mentioned with certain federations where it was almost endemic throughout the federation, the abuse that was taking place. A change in the FIFA Code of Ethics that now enables, from a disciplinary perspective, the ability for FIFA, of course, there needs to be information that has been received by FIFA, there needs to be a whistleblower, but for FIFA to now go through the investigatory process for any abuse which compromises sexual, mental, or physical integrity. Now, this was something that didn't exist in the FIFA Code of Ethics prior to first knowledge of the first situation that took place 5 years ago. So that was, again, a positive byproduct of a really horrific thing that did happen.
And thank you, because that actually does segue me into the third of the three letters down the side over here. Because we've spent the last day and a half being very inspired, and I think we've talked about a little bit about what empowerment looks like and where these are coming from, what changes we're seeing systemically that can be leveraged by the clubs, by the coaches, by the individuals involved. But it sounds pretty expensive. And I think this goes back to the same point, which is you've got the policies in place, you see the changes, you see systemic changes, we're hoping new guidance and even mandated guidance comes through that says you are required to do the following things. But I suppose my blunt question is, who's paying? And I say this ironically positively. And maybe I can go first on this, and I'll hand it to you guys in a sec, which is sometimes you need a reason to have money. And I think with examples like the maternity guidance coming out, if you are calling for specialists, for example, who can deal with a post-delivery recovery period, it justifies requesting for additional investment to come into the clubs. Now, I'm not saying you should always have that, we need money, so please give us money, but it starts to drive the conversation more positively as we're not just asking for money for the sake of money, we would actually like money, and here's the reasons why. And I do feel like where conversations go with corporates in particular is that if it's to do with health and safety, for example, you can get a little bit further. And it's about trying to figure out which levers within these opportunities can actually guide the conversations to increasing that investment that we are looking for. And I think it's unanimously been agreed over the last day and a half that money is required. So, putting it back to you guys, and this time I'm going to start with you, Dev. We are talking about significant investment that is required for women's football. Are there opportunities beyond what we've already heard of in the last couple of days? Where do you see it coming from? How do you see it growing? How do you see it being deployed in a way that actually is beneficial to the rights of the players?
Thanks for starting with me. Look, I think we've got to be very mindful because right now we're sitting here on a panel and we're honored to be talking about players' rights and some of the developments within players' rights in the women's game. But, you know, we've discussed this before and you rightly pointed out who's paying for all of this. So it's only one side of the story if we implement strengthened players' rights, but the clubs and the franchises that are employing or contracting these players don't actually have the means to be able to manage all of this, because ultimately that means we're just going to have a collapse in any case. Yep. Now, when we talk about money and the commercialization of sport, there are many people in this room that work on that side of the sector, and they'll be able to tell you that ultimately you've got to create, and forgive me for using the crass business terminology, but you've got to create a product, and that product has got to have value. Yep. And how do you attribute value? Well, value is based on you know what someone wants to pay for it. So how many eyeballs are watching this game? How many people are willing to purchase that product or that service? And then ultimately we start trying to put it into numbers. What we have seen, certainly what I've seen in my 9-year exposure to women's football, primarily in the UK, but also in some other jurisdictions, is that over the last, I would say, 2.5 years, there's been a disproportionate increase in interest. Not necessarily from the general public. I mean, that too, but maybe in the circles I've been fraternizing, there's always been interest and focus on it, but all of a sudden we're starting to see the corporates wanting to get involved. And why are the corporates getting involved? Because they can see that there's money in there, right? So as with many of these sporting products, where's the money going to come from? It's going to come from the corporate side. And we need it to come from the corporate side. Yep. Yes, we can get grants and funding because of health and safety packages. Yes, you know, when someone like Rachel and her team put together a wonderful proposal, you can go over to Sport England, yep, or you can go over to relevant bodies in different jurisdictions where they might exist and get some funding drawn down. But ultimately, who's going to pay for it? The broadcasters and the corporates, the banks, yep, all of the people with big finance. And you need that to start filtering in sooner, because if we start working on implementing heightened players' rights immediately, I'm fearful of the fact that we might put a lot of the clubs in positions that they won't be able to manage. And right at the end of it, yep, that's going to hurt the players in any sense. So going right back to answer your question in short, where's the money coming from? The corporates. And I know there's a few of them in the room right now as well, and you at Clifford Chance have got more access to them than me. So we'll have to turn it back on who you're going to contact.
Look at the time, oh my gosh. No, look, I agree with everything you said there, Dave, and it is absolutely correct. There is a lot more corporate activity, and it is driven from the value perspective. And I say value loosely there, because, so I started my introduction by announcing that I was part of an ESG board at our firm as well. I think that's really something I want to give you guys as some ammunition to use, especially if you're in Europe or working with European corporates, which is the new laws are required are requiring the proposals right now, but they are requiring all corporates who have a European presence to actually diligence properly and effectively, and there's other terms being bandied around, we don't know what they look like soon, both the social and the environmental impacts of their investments, and what does that actually mean. And as part of that, it's not just limited to Europe. So if they are investing anywhere in the world, in any club, in any aspect of the sport, that can all be brought into this. And it's the same for organizations like Coca-Cola, for example, is headquartered in the US, but actually this would apply directly to them globally because they participate in Europe. And that's the kind of reach that you now have when you start having what is the value. The value, we've heard earlier, Nike didn't care about how much money was being made for this. They came forward and said, we can see the value in terms of impact. There are many who are setting up funds purely for the value of impact. And there are very many of them who are actually setting up new leagues, new sports, new clubs themselves because they are scared that the existing federations may not be in a position to assure them in the same way that they would like to be assured because these laws are binding on them. So it is a great point to turn it back on because I do think the corporates are ripe for the conversations. And if anything, let's be honest, they can see the growth the same way that we have seen the growth today, right? All the stats that we've seen, huge opportunities, monetary opportunities, of course. If you're selling out stadiums, more viewers than ever before, more broadcast than ever before, it's great. So there is a dual approach to this. And I just think that now, when we look at the rights of the players as part of this, it has to go through the clubs, through those corporates, but actually it also needs to get to the players. And I think there are certain points of this conversation that could benefit a club in its entirety, but not necessarily the players. And I think it's really important to remember who's actually bring the sport together at the end of the day. And this, in personal view on this, and I love yours as well, but you do have some degree of assurances when the clubs are making significant money, so the pro leagues. Come down to grassroots, and how does that look like for those players, and how do they get access to some of these conversations, I think is still a challenge. And to that extent, I mean, again, I turn to FIFPro, I know you guys have an open door policy in many ways, but it would be great to see and hear from you whether you believe this money is actually going to be able to impact all the way through the life cycle of an athlete.
Yeah, it's a tricky. Is it on?
No, they just turned it off because they were like, you've said too many words so far.
Guys?
Here.
Otherwise I shout, I don't care. You will not shut me up. There are many things I want to say.
Please go ahead.
So one thing is that I think that women's football has already showed its amazing product, and it has already shown that when it's offered, people buy it. But is it offered? Is it shown? And still now, I mean, I was last year in the Copa America, right? Copa America is like the big tournament of South America for women's football, right? In Colombia. I was in two cities, in Cali and Armenia. And I was staying in Armenia first, and I asked the cab driver to get me to the stadium, right? Like Copa America, they were hosts of the Copa America. I was like, yeah, I saw a little bit of movement there. Like, what is happening? The cab driver. I mean, cab drivers always know everything, guys. There was no sign anywhere. There was no advertisement. I didn't see one publicity. One of the Copa America. And we are talking about a very footballistic country. It's Colombia. They breathe football, right? It's South America. In all the continents, they breathe football, right? And no one was even aware that this was happening. So there is a responsibility also from the organizing bodies, like where was CONMEBOL, the confederation at local level, investing their money?
Yeah.
How can it happen that people do not get to know that they are hosting the biggest event for women's football at regional level? How is it possible? And it's the same, like I went to one game of the Euros in England, and I thought like, oh my God, like this is what has to happen, and that was what doesn't. So there were signs everywhere. There was it was impossible that you wouldn't notice that they were hosting the Euros. It was impossible. I mean, otherwise you had to be blind and deaf and everything because it was all around. But that's the way to do it. right? So it is possible, but sometimes there is not enough intention. And there, it's not about funds. Because these organizations, the CONMEBOLs, so confederations, and the FIFAs, they do have the money. And they also have, by statutes, the obligation of non-gender discrimination. And these organizations are non-for-profit. So they are not supposed to put the money aside somewhere for whatever they find nice. They need to distribute it equally for both genders. So to me, like, it really strikes me because then they said, and then still the stadiums had really a lot of people, not all the time they were full, but you know, like there was, and I thought, wow, this is really a miracle, you know? How did these people get to know that this was actually happening? Mary Herbs, they were not selling her shirt. Yeah. When they created it, hop, sold out before they announced it. So we are not allowing the opportunity, and this is intrinsic discrimination still. 2023, this is discrimination. At FIFA level, we are still having a World Cup where the prize money has 333 freaking million difference. Who can give me one reason to justify this and to not come back to me with how much money the male World Cup makes? Because according to the statutes of FIFA, that is not connected. There is no connection, right? There is no connection between the money produced in the World Cup to the investment that FIFA makes as a non-for-profit organization that has in its statutes that there cannot be any gender discrimination. And please, this is like something I've been thinking about since yesterday. This is a general request to everyone. I almost get a heart attack every time Infantino talks about his daughters and that he will improve women's football because of his daughters. And to all of you guys, I know that here we have amazing men that support it, but don't use that argument. We also have fathers, and we are normal, not because we have fathers, because we treat people equally. So, you know, don't talk about your daughters. Please don't, or your mothers.
That's amazing. So now you know why I was Dave first, and then back to you. But look, I don't actually know how long I've got left because I've turned my back to all the timekeepers. Keep going. Oh, okay, great, thank you. Look, Dave, I do want to come back to you for a second. Again, breathe, recover, it's okay. And if anyone does have an answer to that question, approach with caution, think it through. Alexandra's lovely, don't even worry about it. But if I can go back to what we actually see now in the world, and again, I love the examples, right? I love the examples of there's no visibility. You've got the corporates coming in saying, okay, we want to buy a league, we want to buy a club, we want to invest in the sport, we want to do all of these things. Can you show me the opportunity? There is a gap between we have the players, how do we bring the players in, versus we want to bring money in so you can bring more players in. And how do you select those players? How do you actually ensure those rights? And I want to go back to the examples of Mary used this morning as well, where we are just seeing that sometimes it means firing half a team to bring in a new investor. What's the rights of those players and what happens to them in those situations? Do they just get moved out? Where's the line between investment required and the rights of actually maintaining your, again, I like to say full life cycle because I do think it's pre and post your time with these clubs as well. Open question to you both, but I'd like to start with you if possible, Dave. Oh yeah, does that work again? Sorry.
Oh, thanks.
No. All right, let's go.
I think if I could just latch on to one thing that Alejandra just said from the impassioned speech, which, you know, I completely and utterly back you, but one point of clarity, I think many football people in the room would have a heart attack every time President Infantino speaks about anything, let alone just his daughters. But aside from that, with regards to looking at it from a club perspective, it depends on the club strategy. Now, we render services to clubs as well, and we've been exposed to so many different strategies or so many different approaches which don't have a strategy, for right or for wrong. So it really depends on what the sporting director whether it's an official sporting director, a de facto sporting director, or if it's just the general manager or the CEO or the manager of the team, want to do with the team with regards to player scouting, player selection, whether it's based on attributes, whether it's based on individuals that have already been earmarked and what budget they can attribute to that, right? However, when you said about the example that Mary had given in the morning, which was a wonderful story where, in order to change the setup, the culture, and try and reach the vision that she wanted to reach in a certain period of time, you had to ship out everyone there. Now, from the perspective of these players, if they are professional or even semi-professional, we're going to have contracts in place, right? And the contractual stability would have to remain sanct. Invariably, different jurisdictions, different countries around the world, different federations enable different types of contracts. Now, we were talking with Advocate Betty. I don't know if she's in the room right now, but oh, there you are. You've done more than most people do, so I'm happy. But we were speaking last night about the differences in contracts, and if you go to the States, you'd have a contract for something that I might look at as something quite simple, and it would be about 50-odd pages with 1 million terms. But you can go over and see contracts in, and I use just for sake of example, not for anything else, but in Bangladesh or in Namibia or in Lesotho, places where we've had the ability to be exposed to work, and you'd have 1 page. You come over to, even here, we're in Central and Eastern Europe, within the Balkan region, some of the contracts that we see at top level for players, males and females, 1 page, 2 pages. Yep. So it's difficult to include all of the terms that we as legal minds might necessarily want to include. However, once you've got that piece of paper there, and you've got some of the fundamental terms there, you have contractual stability straight away, right? In theory, you have contractual stability. Now, if a sporting director wanted to come in and for whatever reason wanted to ship out 10 of these players which have these contracts, then there's a liability there. Now, as to how that liability is going to manifest itself might also differ. And here there's another element of discrimination, right? Because if they are national players and the contracts are going to be terminated by the club, then ultimately the contract is going to be underpinned by national law and is going to be governed at national level within the National Football Association. If there is an international dimension, so let's say, for example, we're in Greece and the player we're referring to, one of the 10 players we're referring to is from England, from the UK. There's an international dimension, and the manifestation of that termination is going to go through FIFA and through the FIFA dispute resolution tribunals. So in that, we've also got this discriminatory practice, but ultimately, it's all going to be underpinned by contractual stability. Now, if we go right down to the grassroots, there'll be situations where there aren't contracts, right? And if we also go to the, let's say, the bridging point between the grassroots and the professional side, where players are going to new countries, they're playing for clubs, they're getting paid, but this is not on paper. Yeah, I'm not going to go into the legality of that or the tax side of that or whatever, but ultimately we have...
Find him after the panel, he'll go into it.
But we have situations where players are being paid and it might be cash in hand or it might be done by way of generous expenses or whatever else. Yeah. Here, we don't have anything on paper and there's no stability whatsoever. So if someone wanted to come in and just ship out 10 players, they do it overnight. But it's all based on the strategy. So when we talk about investors and what they're going to look at what your forecast is, right? Your financial forecast, what your vision is, what sort of impact you want to have over 3, 5, 10 years. That might have a say in terms of how you ship out your players or not. And if it does, in most professional instances, there's going to be a pot of money there that you're going to have to put aside for severance.
Yep. I'm actually going to share one of we've done similar thinking on this, and we've actually mapped out what is the sports ecosystem, we being the Center for Sport and Human Rights. And it's a lovely graphic. I take no credit for any of the graphic, that's for sure. It's got athletes in the middle, it's got the fans around it, and then it's got stadium seats all the way around the center of the stadium. And in each one of those rows is actually a different player in the world of sport with a different interest. And mapping through those contracts, there's about 1,200 contracts in place for a mega sporting event, like a major tournament, a major football tournament. And it's interesting when you said, you've got these terms, you've got the contracts, and who's looking at all of this? And usually your investors will, your insurers definitely will, your bankers will, your financiers, whoever it might be. But actually that's just 4. Which means you've got a whole bunch of other people who are also supposed to be looking into the diligence on how the club is managed, run, what the rights of these players are, how they're being protected, if any. And I know Rob was here, I can't see him somewhere here. But even the insurers are concerned about players' rights not being respected, because there is the FIFA route, yes, but then there's also the human rights element to this, which is actually not because you are a player, but because you are a human, there are fundamental rights that do need to be protected. And often what we are seeing now, especially in the women's sport, women's football, one of them, but women's sport more generally, actually there is those rights themselves, because you suddenly become an athlete, are almost being foregone as a human. And I think it's super important, again, to reconnect those two worlds of sport and the world itself in order to try and revisit exactly where we got to, with why we got to the position with FIFA, and predominantly that's based on history of men's football. But how can we now take all the great work that's being done across all these other organizations and translate that back into improving these systems, but also to ensure that, again, using the great examples from Rachel this morning about what the FA is doing, how you bring the rest of society with you, what's the social impact to this. Reconnecting football back to society, I think, is a very important part of that discussion.
And if I may add, do it in the right way, because sometimes, I think it was said yesterday, women's football is not like the little sister, of men's football, and we don't want to be. I think that is really important. I work in both men and women's football, and because I work in FIFPro, I probably don't see the nicest face, but oh my God, right? So in men's football, the level of non-payment to football players is crazy. We're talking about almost 50% of players worldwide not getting their payment on the due date, and not that they get paid 5 days later, but we're talking about months, right? Retention of passport, all this type of abuse. So I think it's really important to think about doing it right for women's football, right? Yeah. We don't want to imitate we want to improve what is happening in men's football, but we don't want to imitate their path, because it's not a good result, I'm telling you.
No, and I think thank you, because you've articulated much better than I, but that's exactly the point I was trying to make there, which is that I just think that all the problems we've highlighted so far have been based on what men's football has resulted in. And we just have an opportunity to revisit the drawing board and say, let's do it again. Let's do it better. Let's do it stronger. And like I mentioned earlier, there are now opportunities for us to bring the corporates into this, because it is also their problem. It is everybody who's in that ecosystem's problem. And by the way, the link to that I will send to Marius and Ed, and you guys can receive this via the food chain. But at this point, I am going to pause because I still can't see you. Can I just make one question? Sure, I was just turning to questions, so that's perfect.
First of all, I think this topic on players' rights might be probably the most critical piece of what we're talking about today. I think we saw an incredible amount of seats and tickets sold, and I think that's a huge testament to where the women's game is. But sadly, we also see women's teams and women's players threatening to walk out. And it shouldn't come to that. We shouldn't put our players in those positions to have to wear certain armbands, to use the platform of the game. That's when we would be successful. And I would love to ask, this group and others who are advocating for players' rights and team rights, there seems to be so much conflict of interest, and no one's touched on that. Many of you work in the game, and there's a fear of challenging an Infantino or a FIFPro that is sitting at the table to actually fight for players' rights. And I'm curious, what will it take to overcome those hurdles? Because you alluded to, we all, shun when he speaks, but nothing changes, right? And we know what's right and we know what's wrong. And so we're sitting here and saying very nice things while we're packing stadiums for women's football games, but at the same time we have Canada and other women's teams threaten to walk out. When are we going to reach that epiphany, and what is it going to take?
Just briefly. No, I think it's a good question, and I like your question because I'd like to think I'm solution-minded like your good self as well. So you've raised an interesting perspective, but at the same time, I think in fairness, it's right to highlight, and I don't just say this because she's sitting next to me and I'm scared of her, but FIFPro do a lot to challenge FIFA. They do a hell of a lot to challenge FIFA, and if they weren't doing that, we wouldn't have seen the progress that we have seen, particularly with some of the successes you've mentioned with regards to maternity rights and all the things that are coming through. So that challenge is constantly there. As to whether one is necessarily going to find themselves in a position where you will see the departure of the current president, whether there are fans of him and his regime or not, and whether we will necessarily see a new president that will come in and completely change everything for the better. These are different concepts in entirety. From my personal perspective, and I've got no problem saying this in public, when President Infantino came in 2016, the promises were to go in a completely different direction to his predecessor, which was President Joseph Blatter. And what I think many people will probably agree, to a greater or lesser extent, is that it's followed the same trajectory and it's probably taken that manifesto even further than Blatter himself might have. Now, that's a personal view. So does the change of a president necessarily mean that we're going to have more change? I don't know. Often in politics, in football or otherwise, we don't really see that. However, what I can testament to, without Alejandra saying it herself, is that FIFPro and other bodies are challenging. They are challenging strongly, and I think it would be great for that information to be spread out in a more probative way, and for everyone in this room to be able to latch onto those movements and to support those movements even better, because from that, everyone will be able to understand that those challenges are taking place and things are progressing, rather than having a feeling that no one is willing or brave enough to challenge the status quo. No, it's happening. It's happening. If it wasn't happening, then we wouldn't see these elements of progress. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, definitely. If I maybe to add an example, before the World Cup, FIFPro organized the players, and we got 150 players that were playing actually in the World Cup to send a letter to FIFA saying what's going on? You know, where are our equal conditions? What is happening? And it was after that letter was sent with all the top players from the best countries going to the World Cup that was sent to Infantino that the prize money was increased, that there was a direct a percentage of this amount that is directly paid to players, which was also a big concern of us because, unfortunately, I would say it, most of the federations do not have very good accounting and accountability as well, transparency, etc., etc., etc. So they would probably go oh yeah, sorry, we invested in something and we don't have money anymore, so good luck, players. So it was really important for us to set a definite amount that will go directly to the players. And many things were changed, right? I mean, the conditions in which the players are now going to the World Cup are almost equal to the men now. The conditions, I mean, traveling, hotel, amount of people that travel with the players, etc. So I think that this kind of movement really shake the system and they help. That being said, I find it really unfair that we put it on the players that they have to do this, you know? Like, it's not fair. They have to be able to focus on their game, and some of them do it like really from the heart and they want to and go ahead. But sometimes I feel that also we, in general, you know, as society, would put pressure and we're like, "Ah, why are you not doing this? Like, where is Messi? What is he saying?" Yeah, okay, we can agree or not if he speaks or not, but is it his duty? He's a football player. He plays football and he does it marvelously. So, like, why is it him that has to speak up? And the other thing I wanted to say is that I work a lot with FIFA. You know, like, we need to have this interaction. And I said it before, I think there are lots of people within FIFA that are marvelous and they want to push changes and they want to, you know, they have the right mentality. But FIFA is a very political organization. And so I really think that, and this is me, because I don't know if FIFA would agree, but I really think that we need a very deep transformation of the whole system, as long as it is political, and as long as each one of the 211 members has a vote. You don't want to sanction any member. You don't want to tell a member, hey, what are you doing? Because next time they will not vote for you. Yeah. And it's sad, but it's true. So the whole system probably needs like a deep revision.
Yeah. If I may add to that, and I agree fully with why is it that we're asking the players to play football, but also to fix the whole system and be administrators and all the rest of it. I mean, I would have a very busy day if that was my job. But I did want to touch on one thing, because I do advise a number of international federations, and the conflicts point comes up very regularly, especially in terms of who's voting for me, who's funding me, where's the next bid going. It's pretty much the same crowd, just sort of playing past the parcel, right? Like, it's, if you get a human rights claim, don't worry, I'll contribute another $1 billion and that'll pay for all the damage that happened, but don't tell me to fix my systems, right? Like, that's a conversation that you can imagine happening, I'm not saying football, I'm not saying women's football, I'm saying any sport. And what you're trying to see, what you're starting to see now is that actually the levers in the past, and when I remember there was an inquiry in the US, a bipartisan panel that was polling 5 of the top sponsors to the IOC's Winter Olympics in Beijing. And all of the heads of sustainability were pulled up on public television, fully streamed, on why are you participating in this sport, in this event. The predominance of the response was because the US hasn't sanctioned it. So why should we as US companies be forced to sanction it? The next question that all of them obviously had prepared statements, but actually what they were trying to get at is, you know all the problems that are going on. And one of them actually put their hand up and said, what do you think we pay for? And they went, you pay because you're supporting the games. They're like, no, we're renting space. We're marketing. That's all it is. We don't get a say in what that contract actually says. And we haven't had a say because it's always been, if Coke falls out, Pepsi comes in. Right? It's not Visa, it's MasterCard. Right? And those are sort of the biggest sponsors of these events. And the federations in the past have been able to hold that ground and say, you need us. And I think what you're starting to see is it's not so much a you need us anymore. And this is, I will also attribute this to the esport world, because there's no more that is one big event. You have other events being streamed. There's much more competition in the market. And when we were working with the Super League and on conversations on Super League, you actually saw this come up when UEFA and FIFA got up and said, we are the custodians of the sport. We stand for respect and culture and all the rest of the things that were announced. You'd never hear them say that before. But that's actually forcing some very challenging conversations about who am I voting for and why. And I say this almost optimistically as if we're moving in the right direction, but sometimes I look at politics and I worry. I'm currently based in the UK, and I've seen what they've done on environment recently. It's full U-turn. Goodbye, we're done here. And so it goes back to Dev's point, which is you can vote in the best human being on earth, and you can have the best team around them, but somewhere along the line, you might find yourself in a position where you're having to choose one or the other, and it's the leadership in that space is really missing right now. And that's really why I also go back to have the policy, implement the policy, put it on writing, put it there somewhere so you have something to hang your hat on, and then once you've got something to hang your hat on, find enough people to help you keep that hat pegged onto the wall, right? And that's really, it's really tough. It's really tough, it's really expensive, it's really exhausting. It's often goes to the point of who's supposed to do it. And, you know, speaking openly and personal opinion on this, which is governance challenges are going to get much worse as we start going to multi-continent, multi-country events. And it's going to come down to this entire room and many others who are not in this room to actually step up and say, why do you have 14 different legal jurisdictions for one World Cup? I mean, I don't get it. I'm a lawyer. I practice at the level where that would be a firm fit for purpose. It still doesn't always make sense. And so those are the sort of the challenges. And now when we start to look at the jurisdictions coming through, you start to see the cracks in the governance structures. And that's where you have an opportunity to step in and say, why is this happening? And I agree with you. We need to say that, and we don't need to make that the problem of the players, because it's tough and it's complicated and it's often scary because it might be them on the line. Sorry, I had my moment of rant now.
We've got time for 2 questions, but it has to be the question. Was it Sophie? Okay, we'll do Betty and Monique, but it has to be the question.
I'm very curious about how Title VII, that prevents sexual harassment in the United States and has all these internal rules and regulations that have to be met. If a sexual harassment case or a player from the United States has asked FIFPRO to represent them in a proceeding for sexual harassment in Europe, I'm really curious what the interplay is between US law preventing sexual harassment and the administrative proceeding in FIFA.
So actually, let's see. So normally, although we have done it in other occasions, I'm now thinking, but normally we will represent, because we always try to protect players, it doesn't matter, but like normally we will represent players when they would be able to go to the FIFA bodies, right? But not everyone is under the umbrella, let's say, of FIFA, right? So you need to be a FIFA official, like the accused needs to be a FIFA official. So that is the scenario in which we would be able to go to FIFA and that they would investigate, et cetera, in principle, right? The other situation can be that there is something going on at national level and this is reported to whatever body it should be reported to, and nothing happens for more than 3 months, and then FIFA can also, take over, which they will do if we push, otherwise not. So it really varies a lot. What we did, and we have already had the experience in one case. I'm thinking whether to say no. Let's not mention the country. So in one country there was an abusive coach abusing the players, all national, like from the same nationality. And they reached out to us, and because it was not possible to help through a union, we actually represent them in the FA bodies at national level, which was really challenging because it was like, okay, we're like in the Netherlands. And so it is sometimes possible, but that's a little bit how it plays. So normally, like with this kind of international dimension or FIFA official cases, let's say, it's when we're going to be in a better position to protect them. But as well, but again, like in any case where a player is going through any type of abuse, they can always reach out and we can see what is the best possible way. It might be that the best thing to do is to contact a lawyer at national level and we can work together, exactly. And it will depend as well what the player wants to do. Like, does the player want to go to criminal courts or does the player want to do like an administrative, right? And this is also really, really important. What can be done through FIFA in the worst or best, depending on how you see it, case scenario, is to ban this person for life on top of fines, whatever. But like, of course, this person is still going to be free in society, right? So depending on what the player wants to do or feels that he or she can do, they will decide or not, and we cannot absolutely judge on that. This is something I also wanted to say, because there's a lot of like, oh, why didn't the player go to, the criminal courts? Well, is that a question, or is the question like, why was she or he abused? Are you kidding me? Yeah. It's not so easy to go through the proceedings.
The question a little simpler. Have you actually represented Americans in proceedings?
No.
Okay. I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, Betty, on that one, there have been proceedings that have had U.S. nexus. And it has been a question of which jurisdiction would you like to go for, how would you like to proceed? For some of them, the question is also who is the person? And that's a really challenging one to answer because sometimes there is a risk of life. Getting this wrong could detriment witnesses, it could detriment a lot of other people. So it sometimes does come down to things, and I hate to say this, but it does come down to things like race, social background, what level of seniority you are within the ranks, how much money or support you have from your fans, etc. So those are all part of the same discussion. But it's really optional. FIFA's route tends to not have any criminality attached to it, so it's an internal process at the end of the day, versus a criminal proceeding which could have repercussions if the person gets put into prison, but also FIFA doesn't get involved necessarily in that unless it's sort of access to information, disclosure requirements, and so forth.
Title VII case would be a civil proceeding,
Yeah.
not necessarily a criminal proceeding. So I'm really curious what the interplay would be and what strategy would be used.
Thank you.
One more. Sorry. Do you want to say a reply there?
Just literally one sentence with regards to interplay. So we were instructed a matter several years ago. We can go into detail later on. I won't bore everyone now, but parallel proceedings can take place in this kind of instance because ultimately at FIFA, as was rightly mentioned by both David and Alejandra, it's a private law mechanism which just works on internal governance procedures and what they will do to that official who is within the framework. So there's no reason why a parallel proceeding can't take place, whether it's civil or criminal, within the state law. And how that interplay would take place is, as David mentioned, there might be disclosure of information, there might be a little bit of communication, but again, that communication is only going to be maximized or availed at the discretion of the individuals concerned, whether the state court parties want to speak to FIFA about it, and vice versa, or not. That's really it. In our situation, we had some limited interplay. The state courts actually wanted to engage with FIFA. FIFA was unfortunately quite reluctant to do so. However, it's certainly possible to have an interplay, and it's certainly possible to have parallel proceedings.
I'm going to be as brief as possible, but it is an answer I want. So as a self-confessed and very proud challenger of the status quo, particularly at board level, I want to ask, what would be the use of having a belt and braces reform of the governance at the top? There isn't enough non-executive director representation at the top in these organisations at FIFA and FIFPro, but FIFA most certainly, there isn't enough non-exec, and it doesn't have to be vote, because if it's vote, it's one or the other, and therefore there's bias. But if it's non-exec, what you're really dealing with is three things, which is hindsight, insight, and foresight. And is there enough hindsight, what we've done wrong, how could we do it differently? Is there enough insight, what happens outside of our organisation so we're not a closed shop? Do we have enough foresight, and are we brave enough to change the way we do reform so that we can actually make this better for all people? Very much so for players. Because for me, it's the players that suffer each and every time if we don't get the governance right at the top. So I'm asking, Dave, because I know you'll be honest about this, but I could ask this to everybody. Is there a case here now for once and for all belt and braces reform so that we have much more non-executive director interplay and representation at this organisation?
Theoretically, yes.
But
and I think the but, to be fair, and this is not to cop out, but I'm happy to discuss this from my perspective in more detail, because I can see Ed, he's just peering over me.
No, this is important.
Yeah, all right.
It's a shorter lunch, everybody. I'm just saying to you. I think this is important.
And that shorter lunch is going to be blamed on my waffling. So no, I think there definitely is a theoretical angle to do that. And Alejandra mentioned that this is something that would potentially benefit the entire ecosystem. I don't disagree with that at all. But I'm looking at it from a practical perspective. The gentleman had a very solution-based question earlier, and I'm thinking about it from that view. How are we going to achieve this? What are we going to do to achieve this? We'd have to be in a position, or everyone involved would have to be in a position where you can persuade the relevant governing body to adopt that kind of change to their governance model. Now, that in itself is going to be a significant challenge, and a challenge that might not be surmounted, particularly within this current regime and possibly within the next regime, because of the inherent nature of how it works. So I think theoretically, yes, I agree with you. I sit as a NED on several federation bodies myself, so I can see the value. Well, I hope that there's value that I give to these bodies, but I can see the theory behind it. As to whether it's something that we can realistically and practically achieve is a different story, to be honest.
Just one.
Go.
No, just one thing. Like, because I don't know exactly like how what you meant with the question, but like if I think of FIFPro, for example, we have had a huge like reform, statutory and everything, where we implemented an 1/3 gender diversity. So it doesn't need to be like that the 1/3 is female. It can also be the 1/3 is male. We're not there yet. But I get you, and I fully agree. And I think that as FIFPro, and I honestly believe we're leading in this sense, but we are not there. We're not there. Definitely, we're not there. And I remember all the discussions like to make this happen, to make the gender diversity like quota happen, and oh my God. And we are talking about people that are normally quite, progressive and, wanting change and wanting, so yeah, I can imagine in the other organizations, but I fully agree with you, and I think that all of us, we all have to look at our own organizations as well, right? It's not enough to say like, oh, look at FIFA, oh, what are they doing? Like, each one of us can be better, definitely, like each one of us.
And I just wanted to add, actually, it is possible to do a full belts and braces if everyone else is amenable to it. And I think that's the problem. So for 2 federations now, I've worked in the background. And actually they were like, yeah, we need to do this, so let's get on with it. And the policies came in, they're already in place, nobody knows about them. And they didn't make a hue and cry about it, but they were just like, we just need to crack on with it. And they realized if they had made a hue and cry about it, that's a completely different story. And the only other point I wanted to add, because I'm sitting between you and lots of hungry people, but there was, your comment about there's not enough expertise. I wanted to challenge that a bit, because I do think non-sporting expertise being brought into sport is actually really helpful to sport. And I think if that pool were expanded, you'd actually find a lot more competence out there, and especially if you're looking at certain topics with specific focus. And I mean something like human rights or biodiversity. You can just find the experts for it, bring them in for that purpose, but then execute on the purpose within the strategy, be done with it, and move on. And that is exactly how to do it, because they will come in with scientific knowledge, with background, with all the expertise, and be able to tell the rest of the board, you're all getting this wrong, and here's why, and here's how we're going to fix it. And that's all I want to say. But I would like to thank my panel, if I may, and also invite everyone to go to lunch, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David, Alexandra, and Dev. Thank you so much. So we are supposed to be back by 2:40 p.m. Sorry, it will be a short session, but yeah, enjoy. Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. We start the afternoon session. Mic check. Pauline, please take a seat. Oh, yeah. Pauline. Close the buffet. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session of day 2 and also the last day of the 2023 Athens Women's Football Summit. Today, I'm humbled to talk to, I can say, a friend right now. This is like literally our 3rd interview together. And when it comes to the Women's Cup, John Pireno, we actually celebrate you because of what you've done for the women's game, for promoting. And I think you truly exemplify the phrase where you put your money where your mouth is. And that is what you've done with the Women's Cup. So kindly, ladies and gentlemen, if you can give him a round of applause before we just get into it. So welcome to Athens Women's Football Summit. Let's just get into it. And we'll start by saying congratulations on the 3rd anniversary of the Women's Cup. Talk to us about that journey and also how important this summit has been to your tournament.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for having me on this platform and everything that you're doing for women's football in Africa that we've discussed at length, and you are a real force behind the growth in Africa. So a round of applause for Sean, because she really...
Thank you so much.
With regards to the importance of this summit, I'd like to say quickly, first of all, thank Marios and Agis. I remember Agis. Agis sent me a... yes, of course. He sent me his speech in Greek that he said yesterday. I said, I didn't understand the actual words, but I want to get the speech translated, and he sent it to me. So I will catch up on that, and I appreciate everything you've done, Agis and Marios. And I'd like to start just by saying what an incredible event this is. I guess everybody here goes to a lot of seminars and shows, as they call them in America, or summits. And it's usually environments where you have a lot of people, obviously, a lot more people. It's not personal. And most of the time, they're men football concentrated or oriented. And there's very little time given to women's football. It's usually one part of the day or 1 hour of the day. And everybody gets on and tries to say as many things as possible, but it's just within the context of a men's event. So the women's football space really doesn't get the time that it deserves. What Mario's has created here is a space where women's football and Aggies, where women's football can be center stage. And everything we've heard over the last couple of days has to do with putting women's football in center stage. So I commend you on that. Mario's has made his point to be at all the women's cups that we do throughout the world, and he's a big supporter of the event, and I'll talk about the event here in a minute. But I'd like to talk to the importance of what you guys are doing here with regards to women's football and the things that are happening at the Women's Football Summit in Athens. Specifically, last year at the event, I met somebody who's here, right there, Karen, who I sat there and listened to everything she had to say, and I thought, well, here's one of the most brilliant human beings that I've ever heard. I mean, she's got all these incredible ideas and thoughts and concepts about how to develop women's football. Because last year during the seminar, I presented some marketing ideas of what I'd done in the past to promote football and other ventures that I'd been engaged in. But I always thought that women's football was best served by brilliant women that would have the great ideas to communicate to women in their language, and that Karen had really hit it on the nose when it came to understanding that concept, and what she'd done at Lewis was just brilliant. So I went back and I spoke to everybody that I know about Lewis, right? Your meeting me here got Lewis and everybody that I crossed, for the rest of the year was talking about Lewis FC and what a great team and what a great concept. And as a result of that, my niece called me one day, Victoire, and told me she was starting a fund to acquire women's teams called Mercury 13. And I said to her, you have to buy Lewis. They're the ones that are doing the best that can be done in women's football. And as a result of this conference, today we're in negotiations for Mercury 13 to acquire a stake in Lewis. So,
wow. I'm seeing Karen go like boom, boom, boom. Wonderful, wonderful. And that's the power of this summit, because we get to actually hold discussions here, and also when we leave this space, and the friendships have been developed. It's literally a family, and that's what makes it very, very nice. So let's just get into the Women's Cup. Once again, congratulations on the 3rd anniversary. Talk to us about that journey, how it has been so far.
So the Women's Cup, as you can see, and I'll run through some slides so that you can get an idea of what it's all about. The Women's Cup was born about 4 years ago. We were in the, when I say we, my company, we were in the men's soccer business, mostly promoting international matches in the United States with national teams and clubs. We do a lot of the Argentina national team matches on the men's side, and Colombia, and we work with Italy and at the club level with some of the top clubs around Latin America and some European clubs. At the time, we were not doing women's football. And the opportunity came across, and I thought it was. I thought I'm going to look into the numbers. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a businessman. I have to understand whether there's business to be made here. And I started looking at the numbers for women's football in the United States, and they were just outstanding. I mean, it was just incredible. Average ticket prices were very high. There was already an audience. and I saw a business that would grow exponentially over the next few years. So we started thinking about how we're going to put this event together. At the time, and still today, FIFA has not developed a Women's Club World Cup. So we thought, hey, well, nobody's doing it. Why don't we do it? And so we started the first year, and we planned to bring the two top teams from Europe, PSG and Bayern Munich, to play against the American teams. And then we picked the place, which was Louisville, Kentucky, and you might wonder why Louisville, Kentucky. But they had just bought an NWSL franchise called Racing Louisville, and we thought it was a great place to start because it was a smaller market. They just built a brand new stadium. Everything made sense, and so we did the first event in Louisville. And it was actually an incredible success. And it was really an incredible success for many reasons. First of all, because it was the first time that European teams had played in a serious tournament against American teams, so those matchups were never before seen. But also because the stories that came out of that first tournament, which then propelled us to become who we are today. And I want to make a special note to that woman in the center of the screen, whose name is Katie Lund, who was the goalkeeper for Racing Louisville, because she became a hero that night. Racing Louisville in its first year was playing Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich with a story of being this great European brand. And Racing Louisville, the brand new franchise from a town in middle America, sort of, they were feeling very underdogish. But they went into the finals against Bayern Munich. And Katie was sitting in the bench. She had never played a professional match in her life. She was a sub. And her parents had come to Louisville to watch the game. And they, of course, had no expectations of her going on the field. But they'd driven like 8 hours to be there to watch her play. And as it turns out, the starting goalie, who was also the captain of the team, Michelle Betos, gets injured in the 86th minute. And Katie has to come off the bench and become the goalie. And would you believe the game goes into overtime and penalty kicks? Of course, right? So those are the penalty kicks where Bayern Munich scores, the game's over. She stops them. Not one, not two, but three. The game goes to 11 penalty kicks to make the German goal. The German goalkeeper was kicking first, right? So she drops the ball on the penalty. All the confidence in the world. I've never seen somebody with so much confidence, and walks back to the net, and the German goalie kicks, and she makes a save. Now, of course, the stadium's going wild. They've never seen anything like this. And then she, of course, goes on to kick the winning goal and become the most incredible hero that, they're still talking about her. They're still talking about her in Louisville. That night, she became the starter of Racing Louisville. And they traded the other goalkeeper. Because they saw what she did, and they said, no, this woman's got character. She's got it all. She's obviously also very tall, which is very important for a goalkeeper. But she's agile, and she's really just an amazing person. And she became famous that night, and she will be the next goalie of the U.S. Women's National Team someday, I am sure. So keep an eye for Katie Lund, who this year had the record for most saves in the NWSL. And is a real star, and she became a star. And they interviewed her the other day, and she said, what was your greatest moment in football? And she said, the Women's Cup, the Women's Cup. So that's a nice story for us and for Katie. So what is the Women's Cup? The Women's Cup is a professional international club tournament for women, obviously, and it's now taken place in 2 continents over the last 3 years. This last year, we played the tournament in Madrid. And what we aim to do is have international intercontinental play, which is something that does not happen today in women's football. You obviously have the Champions League, but that's only Europe. And you have Copa America Copa Libertadores in Argentina, in South America, but that's only South America. CONCACAF region still does not have their women's champions at the club level. And so this is really sort of the Women's Club World Cup until FIFA gets going with the Women's Club World Cup. So we get a lot of pleasure in having teams from all over the world play against each other that would otherwise never play. For example, this last year we had 2 teams from Latin America, America de Cali and River Plate, travel to Europe and play against AC Milan and Atletico Madrid, and Atletico Madrid won. But those were never before seen matchups, so that's a little bit of what happened. The year before we played it in Louisville, we had 6 teams. We brought a team from Japan, 1 from Mexico, 2 Europeans, Tottenham and AC Milan, and 2 Americans. And this is the year that OL Reign, Sophie, right here, got to take home the trophy. So congratulations to Sophie, show of hands there. And the first year we had the four original teams that I discussed, and here as you see Katie kicking the winning goal right there on the penalty kick up on the right-hand side. So the Women's Cup is not only about on the pitch, right? We are about off the pitch. Actually, I think we're more about off the pitch than on the pitch. And what we try to do is, well, the first idea was, why don't we do something that is just even better than what we do for the men's teams, right? Why don't we overspend? Why don't we overinvest in women's football? And we show everybody, not only the players, but everybody else, that this is the future. And so we brought the girls in from Europe, from PSG and Bayern Munich. We flew them into New York, and we chartered a private jet for the girls to fly in on that private jet from New York to Louisville. They'd never been on a private jet before. This didn't happen in Europe at the time. It barely happens in the US today. And then when they got to the airport, we had the governor and the mayor, the governor of Kentucky and the mayor of Louisville, shut down half the airport. And we received them like they were superstars. And they couldn't believe it. I mean, there was literally almost 20 cameras from every news outlet in Kentucky filming them off as they came off the plane. So we went out to show them that we could do something better, we could do something different. As they arrived, 5-star hotels, great training facilities, great stadium, good matches, worldwide TV distribution. The event was broadcast in over 150 countries. We had CBS in the United States by the right, so it had really good distribution. Anyways, that was where we started to set the mark, the benchmark. A women's professional international tournament can look like this, right? It can have this high level, and we're going to invest in this, and we're going to see it through. We also took the event off the field to youth soccer. We believe, obviously, the future of professional and all soccer is football, is youth football. And so we got all the players from all the teams to participate. Every year, we put it in the contract. You need to play, you need to come to the Women's Cup youth camp, and you need to participate, and you need to engage and interact with the kids. And what we do is that we invite kids from the community, but we make a special attention to invite underprivileged kids. And in Louisville, we did a very sort of thorough job of really going into the neighborhoods and getting all those kids that love football and never get a chance to step on a field because of everything we've discussed here in the United States with regards to having it be too expensive. So we got them to be able to participate. So the Women's Cup is also about youth camps. And it's about having fun. We developed some fan fest, concerts every night. We had some great bands. We had some street parties, and we made women's football the centerpiece for the week. The week-long event where every night there's something happening. You're either watching a football match or you're going to a concert, but everything is women football oriented. And of course, we have great sponsors that have helped us along the way, and that's very important. And finally, you see in the bottom, the actual Women's Cup with a W below is actually a work of art, and a quite expensive one because we have to do a new one every year because we give the winning team the cup. And it was designed by a very famous artist from Argentina called Claudio Roncoli. And that's also a way for us saying we invest in you. We're not just going to the store to buy a cheap cup. Every cup costs over $10,000. And every year we give a new one out. So we really invest in the event. So that's a little bit of the idea behind the Women's Cup.
Wonderful. And at the end of the day, you have to admit Women's Cup is a business, and your team have marketed the art of sponsorship and marketing, as we've seen from the slides. Can you just kindly, because we are here to learn, we want to know what we can take back home and what our clubs, teams, our girls can do differently. So kindly describe how your organization and other private entities have been leading the charge to promote and also market the women's game, starting with the Women's Cup.
Well, I've heard in this seminar and this summit, and I've heard in many other summits that I've participated in, the whole concept of how do you raise funds for women's football? How do you get money flowing in? These events are very expensive, by the way, because of everything we do. They're running over $2 million.
If you can give us the numbers, that would be lovely, so that we know what you're working with.
Yeah.
Like Women's Cup numbers.
It's over $2 million per event of cost. So we know we need to go out and we need to find good sponsors. And what I wanted to, we talked about this yesterday. I think it's interesting because everybody that's in this industry today is facing the same sort of dilemmas. Or there's a tremendous amount of interest in having for companies to invest in women's football, but a lot of times the actual learning process of the company CMOs to understand the value is where the challenge really lies. So I wanted to tell a story with regards to one of our major sponsors, which is a bourbon company called Jack Daniels. And Jack Daniels, as you know, is a very famous brand that had never associated themselves with women, or football for that matter. So I find myself in the office of the Jack Daniels CMO, and I pitch him the project, and he looks at me like I'm completely crazy. And so I proceed to, with all humility and trying obviously not to make him feel that I'm explaining to him something that he doesn't know. But I go and ask him, Matthias is his name. I say, Matthias, let me ask you a question. What percentage of your consumers are women? Mind you, Brown-Forman Corporation, which owns Jack Daniels, is about a $5 billion a year company. And they spend $450 million a year in marketing and advertising, right? So they have money to spend. So he tells me that about 40% of the consumers of Brown-Forman. Brown-Forman has tequila and, bourbon and vodka and wine. They make everything. 40% are women. So I asked him, the next follow-up question is, is there a particular brand that you have that where women are actually majority, right? And believe it or not, tequila is drank by more women than men. 51% of women drink tequila. So my next question is, okay, so fine, you have a brand in tequila that 51% are women. You have the rest of the brands, including Jack Daniels, that 40% are women. So how much are you investing in women's sports? Because you guys invest in everything. I see you everywhere. Zero. Okay, so I'm thinking 40% of your market are women, and you invest zero in potentially the best way to reach women today and certainly in the future, which is women's football. So I think I made an impression on him because as I was leaving the meeting, he said to me, because of course these large corporations, they don't do anything without asking for a report, right? I'm going to commission a report internally, find out exactly what can be done with women's football, whether it strikes with our alignment of brands and et cetera, et cetera. And of course he came back to me a few months later and he said, let's do it. And at the beginning, he assigned a tequila brand called Herradura to the Women's Cup, and that was our sponsor. But the confidence level grew over the 2 years that they were our sponsors, and this year they said, we're going full in with Jack Daniels. And it's the first time ever that Jack Daniels is associated with a women's product and a women's sport. So even though some might be pro or against alcohol, This is a large consumer brand that is now investing in women's football, and they believe, and they have a platform and a reach because they're a very well-known brand. So I think this is the kind of story that I'm sure everybody's been through as they go in to pitch to companies the benefits of women's football. I'm sure Karen has been in that room many times with Lewis. And I think it's an important fight to engage in. But I'm absolutely confident that Matthias and Brown-Forman are not the only ones we then convinced. Obviously, didn't need to convince Adidas. They hopped on board. We have Audi. We have Tumi Luggage. We have Kroger, which is a big supermarket chain in the United States. Everybody's hopping on board because women's football is an unstoppable train.
And as you can see in the room, everyone is alert because it's all about sponsorship and marketing. So let's just do it a bit differently and have the questions specifically for sponsorship and marketing before we go to the other questions quickly because of time. Any questions on that? Because Women's Cup has been at the forefront of having good existing strategies on attracting sponsors. And I know so many people have also the questions on that. Okay, Ed is bringing the microphone.
So it's always wonderful to see you in Athens, and thank you for coming again this year. Just a question. I'm apologizing because it might be sounded a little bit silly, but I assume that you were not the first one that you spoke to Jack Daniels, CEO, about women's sports sponsorship. What has been changed from your ancestor before you and today? Why you were heard?
Well, I think the numbers speak volumes. A lot of these decision makers at companies are, first of all, maybe sometimes hunch driven with regards to preconceived notions. So that's why they're taking so long to get behind women's football. But once you show them the numbers, once you show them the growth, once you show them the engagement, I don't know if you know this, but women in the United States engage in social media almost 2x over men. So if you're a company and you want to get your brand across and you want to have engagement, it's a no-brainer. And of course, then the other numbers are just incredible: TV viewership, attendance. So I think what's changed for me and for future industry executives that are going to knock on doors for sponsors is the numbers.
Thank you. Next question, please.
JP, it's not just you on your team. I'm assuming in the sales and marketing division, your acumen, your story, it sells, and then the deal is struck. Do you have, like, you're talking to teams and leagues here that may be large and small, that may have a JP on their staff, but after you leave, could you go into the support level within your organization to steward that brand during the whole process of the Cup and beyond?
The support level meaning the infrastructure that we have?
Infrastructure, the people, like how many?
This grows and shrinks 10 people, and then we grow to maybe sometimes 30, 40, 50 during the events. But the companies that we deal with, they have tremendous infrastructure. They're the ones that then activate what we sell them.
Okay, one last one before we move on.
Hello, John. First of all, thank you very much for the inside information. I have been following your Women's Cup since 2019. My company is based in Florida, so we were aware of the very first edition of it. Talking about the future, this year I saw you brought in River Plate and América de Cali. I'm very close to America, so it was great to see them playing in Madrid. The thing is it part of your future strategy, bringing in, South American clubs on a yearly basis? And second question, and And I do it now, just in case I forget. Just FIFA announced that they are putting a women's club competition in place soon. How let's say, is it a challenge or a threat that we have a women's cup for the next 20, 30 years? Thank you.
That is a fantastic question, by the way. So, pardon me?
It was our next topic.
It was our next topic,
Yeah.
so you just segued perfectly. You've been cheating and looking at Sean's notes. Okay, so the first question is, we're going to start getting very involved with Latin America. We're going to get very involved with Africa, get involved with the Middle East. The concept, and with regards to your point with Latin America, it's a very important point for us, obviously, because we're in Miami and we're very close to the region. But and then we're in discussions with Argentina, and today I met some folks from Chile that we're going to be talking to right back there. So maybe a Women's Cup in Chile as well. Now, with regards to the Women's Club World Cup that FIFA is developing, and that's a great question. When we started the business, we knew one day, the day would come, where we wouldn't be playing alone. And of course, you know, FIFA had established the Men's Club World Cup for many years. So I think what we suggest with our business model that is different from what FIFA will be doing is it's going to be a more regular event. It's going to happen in different parts of the world. So we'll either be playing in the February-March window, or we'll be playing in the August-September window, where the Europeans are in preseason, or earlier when the Americans. So I think we'll be able to coexist with whichever format FIFA develops. And I think, and this is part of our, I guess, next topic, but I'll segue into that. And I guess we need to move it along because we're short on time today. In a perfect world, I would love for the Women's Cup to work with governing bodies. Because we're all after the same objective at the end of the day. We do this because we love the sport and because there's money to be made, which is the best reason, really. Nobody wants to, you know, think that other people are doing charity on them. This is not charity. We believe in women's football. It's great business, right? So we sometimes run into opposition where we should be running into assistance. The governing bodies should the day we're spending personal money, and mind you, losing it to not receive from the governing bodies the support. We usually receive the, hey, you're stepping into my lane, be careful, I'll crush you if you don't, you know. And it's sad, but it's the reality of the game. Yeah. When we got into the football business, we knew there were governing bodies, and that's the way it is. So I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to carve a space where we do and continue to do great things for women's football. CONCACAF can develop the CONCA Champions, FIFA, the Women's World Cup. Obviously, UEFA already has the champions. So I think there's space for everybody to live in the same. We're going to continue to make it better every year. That's the way we survive.
Yes, and I'm just seeing Ed's messages to try and wrap up. So we'll try to do this quick. So despite the achievements and everything, I know you've also had some challenging moments at the Women's Cup. Talk to us about the most challenging moment you have experienced, you and your team, and how you managed to maneuver that, despite everything that's going on.
Well, the challenges usually have to do with, well, I guess the dates are the challenge that we mostly encounter. And so we have to be very flexible because there's so much pressure on the women's calendar that we have permanent issues to get the dates to play the event. But we try to overcome them by being flexible, and we try to overcome them by obviously being able to be nimble and to put these events a lot of times with a lot of shorter runway than we'd like. So for example, this year, we sat with the NWSL in the United States and we've asked them, please, can we have 1 year to organize the event so we can know now the dates for next year. And I think they're going to give us the dates in the next week or so. So we already have now mark your dates August 5th to the 18th. Well, the Women's Cup will be played next summer in the United States. But yeah, the challenge is basically that. And so that's what I say. Sometimes we wish we get a little more support from leagues and federations and governing bodies, and not have to, be the ones that are swimming against the current or trying to fight against them, but have them come and say, hey, you know what? You guys are doing a good job. You're promoting women's football. Let me help you. How can we be of assistance?
Finally, as we wrap up, what next for the Women's Cup, and what are you hoping to see in 2024?
So 2024, we'd like to take the tournament to more continents. So we've already played in Europe last year. We'd like to come back to Europe. We're looking at 2 cities in Europe to play in late August, early September. We're going to take the event down to South America, to Colombia in late February, early March, and we're going to play a big tournament in the United States in August. So I think for 24, that's a little bit of our ambition. But we've also, like I said, we've had conversations already with Australia, with South Africa. Well, like I mentioned earlier, with Argentina. I'm having a conversation tonight with people from India who want to take the Women's Cup to India, which will be an amazing project, by the way. I'm fully on board with that. So I think the sky's the limit.
Thank you so much. Ed, one question? Anyone who has a question before we wrap up?
One has to be just the question. If not, the last panel get 25 minutes. So it has to be just a question.
So mine's not a question. I just want to say football is for everyone, and no one should stop you from doing such fantastic work.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, John P. Reynolds, President and CEO of the Women's Cup. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
All right. We'll go to our last session now. Ed? Sorry, we are dashing through because of time. But quickly, our last session of the day will be Purpose and Profit United. So welcome, Karen, Betty, and Suzanne. Welcome.
How much time do I have? 30 minutes? Okay. So this is going to be a rapid fire. We only have 30 minutes. By way of introduction, my name is Panayota Betty Aguilitu Fariello. I am the founder and CEO of Intellectual Law, the law firm of PB2 Fariello PC, located in New York. We have a very different approach to business law and intellectual and industrial property law. But we are also counsel, outside counsel, to the Bell Law Group, which is a preeminent labor law firm that finds itself often in the news spotlight, very much interested in women's football because we recognize that women's football is, in fact, good business. Our theme today is Purpose and Profit United, because we as women really think differently when we engage in business. We typically have purposes that are much more global than just making money. It is a discussion that will show you how discussion and diatribe can be turned to action and to profit while simultaneously doing good. Good for the environment and good for our society. I have the distinct honor and privilege today to introduce 2 amazing women who have taken that very idea of uniting purpose and profit and have raised it to another level. On my left, I have Suzanne McKenzie. She is the founder and chief executive officer of Able Made, a public benefit corporation in the United States. She's also the founder and chairperson of the board of UCal Mackenzie Breakaway Foundation, a city youth empowerment organization for boys and girls ages 8 to 18 from low-income, undeserved communities. On my right, most of you know her, but I will go through her bio because I think it deserves recognition. It is Karen Dobris. Karen's voice was unique on the Lewis FC board, as she had no interest in football, just like me before Mario's brought me in. She had no interest in football before encountering the club's equality initiative in 2017. Since then, she regularly gives talks at business and sports conferences on equality and inclusion in football and its effect on driving gender equality in the wider world. Karen has led on campaigns and created the club's Sisterships program, which includes groups like Sussex Police's He for She movement, RISE, and the Girls Network, which is building a network of organizations keen to support the club in solidarity with its equality stance while the club promotes the members' organizations' work in return. So here's something that caught me by surprise. Karen is a trained counseling therapist, including creating and managing an internal counseling service for Polygram Records, now Universal, and having a daughter in music, that also caught my interest. She was a fashion model, no surprise there. A co-owner of the club since 2010, Karen led the Lewis board for its impact on the world from 2019 until 22. She's currently writing a book on her unlikely experiences in football and complete lack of imposter syndrome. Can't wait for it to come out. I'm going to turn to you first, Suzanne. I really want to understand what your purpose was when A, you made AbleMade, when you formed AbleMade, and 2, when you created UCal Mackenzie Breakaway Foundation.
So I was a 3-sport athlete growing up: football, softball, basketball. And I want to celebrate everybody who's putting their efforts into empowering girls, because I know for me it was such a formative experience to have sports in my life. I didn't know as an adult how much sports would impact me, in my life. 2009, I lost my husband to sudden cardiac arrest when he was playing a soccer game.
Take your time.
And it really changed my life. And we formed the nonprofit UCal Mackenzie Breakaway Foundation in his honor. And we followed with AbleMade, a fashion brand that's sustainable and empowering, in order to fund the foundation. The foundation is now 14, going to be 15 next year, and it celebrates the work that UCal did as a first-generation immigrant from Jamaica coming to the States and assimilating into the country through the sport and paying it forward as a guidance counselor, their boys' varsity coach, and a youth mentor to underserved communities. AbleMade is also very empowering. It's sustainable fashion, and we are responsibly made, mostly in the USA, and it helps us tell the story about empowering our communities.
So tell me, when you created UCal Foundation, what was your purpose? What was your long-term goal? What was your objective?
We wanted to really serve the communities that my husband was serving in Boston. We started in Boston, where I lived at the time with him, and we really wanted to understand the needs of the community. Through sport, we built a curriculum that's very differentiated from the other youth programs, and we incorporated health. Hands-only CPR and AED awareness were cornerstones based on what happened with my husband and him not having access to an AED during his emergency. Also nutrition, sports recovery, injury prevention, concussion education, and the list goes on. Suicide is a big topic, and we really listen and partner with our public schools and our youth programs in order to build the curriculum year by year. We're in 3 markets now between Boston, Hartford, and New York City. And we're really excited for the New York market as an opportunity to work with Gotham FC. They're going to be helping us break into our 3rd market. So we really want to empower girls and youth that don't have the chances and opportunities that more privileged communities have. And 15 years next year is just incredible.
You shared a story with me about how the AED that you placed with a particular organization actually saved a life. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I get goosebumps thinking about this, but a few weeks ago, because of the advocacy we've been doing with AEDs and distributing that throughout different leagues, the team my husband was playing against, called Kendall, had made sure that every single one of their club teams had an AED. And for the first time, they had to use one on September 17th in Boston.
So just for clarification, the AED that we're referring to is a defibrillator, okay? Just to make sure everybody understands. So what happened?
The player suffered sudden cardiac arrest towards the beginning of the game, and thankfully they had an off-duty firefighter on the opposing team who knew exactly what to do, and their AED was actually pitch side. So it's critical to have access to an AED right at the beginning of a medical emergency. Like, the time is of essence. And it was pitch side. The first responder knew exactly what to do, and we had a successful outcome because of it. And I'm just blown away that we can say that a fashion brand and some of the proceeds that we donate into the foundation made that happen, so we can quantifiably say our customers and our brand helped save a life.
Now, I went on your website and I checked out ablemade.com, and I was particularly interested in how you do good with your fashion brand. Why don't you share that with us?
So we define responsibility in a very specific way, and we try to be as transparent as possible as to how we do that. So first is really how we manufacture. We're pretty much 95% manufactured in the garment district in New York City. North Carolina produces all of our socks, and then we also produce a little bit in LA. We offshore a tiny bit. And another pillar of responsibility is how we source our fabrics. So we have an upcycling program with Burberry that we just kicked off, so I'm so excited about that. And we use certified organic, cruelty-free merino wool, very, very diligent eucalyptus fiber called Tencel. I think my designers want to kill me sometimes because I'm like, we have to get this right on the thread. They're like, oh my God, stop. So it's very, very talked to, really exhaustion sometimes on some of these details, but they're so important. We have one planet, we have such, the resources that we have are just, we have to share them. And fashion is the second most polluting industry in the world, next to only big oil. So we really have to work together to be more sustainable and responsible in our practices.
So I think you indicated in the website that you're using natural fibers. You mentioned eucalyptus, I believe. But you also talked about a particular type of fabrics and recycling. Can you tell us a little bit more about how that contributes to a better environment?
So I would say we benchmark our responsibility for fabrics with upcycling, so using what the earth already has, and that's keystone to our responsibility program with Burberry. It's ongoing. They have unused fabrics that are available, and they trusted us as an emerge brand. They've actually never done this before and done it publicly, and that they're letting us open their library to unused fabrics, and we remix them into our own designs, and it's going to be an ongoing program. So we already launched our first collection, and we're currently working on our second. We're also doing a repairs program so people can return things. We're hoping the quality is good enough so you're not going to have that situation so much. But we're very excited to really, work with bigger luxury category so that you're getting such great quality fabric, but also doing good by, being mindful of the planet and the resources we have.
I want to turn to you, Karen. What was your purpose when A, you became an owner, and B, when you got on the board of directors?
So Lewis FC is 100% community owned at the moment. So I'm an owner of Lewis FC. Anyone can be, by the way, £50 a year, or you can become a grander and own it for life. And my purpose in doing that was because I believed in the things that the club stood for. So basically social justice and using football as a vehicle for social change. And I think the more I found out, because I didn't even know that women played football before 2017, when Lewis introduced the equality policy, so that you don't have to tell your daughter that she's worth less than your son. And I found out more and more about football and women's football in particular, because I was drumming up a new market for our women's team in answer to the critics who said you shouldn't pay the women the same as the men because they don't get the same crowds. So I got more women to come by getting them angry. And my reason for joining the board, really, because I was still angry. I was still angry that I hadn't known, I'd only thought that men played football because that's all I saw on the TV or the back pages of newspapers. I had gone to see a women's match and thought it was amazing, and it made me feel more powerful as a woman, and I wanted all the girls and my daughter and all the women to see this, because it demonstrated a kind of leadership and a way of being a woman that I wasn't used to. You know, like a strong, powerful way, not just a passive decoration. You heard that I used to be a fashion model, a passive decoration, right? So I wanted to see a different way of being demonstrated to me in public. And I was very motivated to bring other women. And so I stood for the board to give me more authority, actually, to give me more validity in terms of what I was doing, and to get a crash course in sexism. What can I say?
Okay. So what did you do to realize and fulfill your purpose? What were the actions that you took? What kind of convincing did you do?
Well, so if we're gonna talk about money and markets, we need to talk about what markets we've got that sponsors might be interested in, right? So I set up our sisterships network, as you mentioned, and that was from the groups of women that I'd been to talk to persuade to come to our women's matches, even though they didn't like football. So they're what I called unwelcome women. They'd never been welcome. And we had a chance now to make them welcome, genuinely, because we were telling them that the women on the pitch were paid the same as the men on the pitch. That if they come to our football club, they won't see themselves reflected in these women as undervalued. And then I formalized all those women's groups into a sisterships network. To be brief, I can talk more about that at another time if anyone wants to know about it. But what I had was a ready-made market of women from all different professions and areas who were gathering together in a public place every couple of weeks. And it was a place where sponsors could find women to market to if they wanted to. And we also had, if they became owners of the club, of course, you could also reach them in our newsletters and on our app, our owners app, and in our owners' town halls. So this was this was attractive. And so if we talk about in 2021, we got Lyle & Scott as our shirt sponsor, and that was the first six-figure deal in the championship, you know. And they wanted to come to us because of the community and because of the women, because they were launching a women's range in their clothes. And then Zero, our other main sponsor that came on last year, they did some research, they commissioned some research that said that Lewis FC women, after the Lionesses in the UK, were the most affinity-aware women's team's brand that there was, right? And that was due to all the work we did around, well, partly around unwelcome women and the ways that we made them become welcome at our club, whether it was breastfeeding places, a statue of bisexual female pirates from the 18th century, a community garden, evenings where they could learn about the offside rule, but learn it from female players and coaches, not, forgive me, but no mansplaining from men. And, women's football chanting practices, just all sorts of things that we did. A nail bar in a beach hut, that didn't work. It's okay to fail, all right? Just trying things out that might work, might not work. So I think, we got that market so that we made the purpose and the profit unite.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Purpose and profit unite. I have a question for you, Suzanne. As you launched your for-profit, it's a startup, right? Yeah, at this point, how old is it?
We actually relaunched in April 2022, and we were doing a lot of collaborations with different brands prior to that. So I would say about 5 years in, and we've done collaborations with Apple, with Project Runway, with Puma, and we kind of just stepped away from those, limited edition apparel and accessory drops to really tell our own story and lean into the soccer heritage of the brand. And why we started in the first place is to empower this, soccer nonprofit to empower city youths and make stronger communities. So we relaunched in April 2022. I'll never forget this because I'm so thankful we were being produced in the Garment District in New York City because we had a shop in Central Park at a luxury one hotel. And I literally we had to run back to our manufacturer to pull stuff off the line. It was going like bananas. It was like, COVID was like people were coming out. People were really excited about, seeing an inspiring story. People were really connecting to football. And what made me even more excited is that it wasn't just the international clientele, which we were getting with the soccer story. There were so many people that talked to me about, oh, I used to play, I still play, my kids play here in the US. So that made me so excited to see that the game is growing here and that they could celebrate it through our brand. So it's been I'm overtired all the time, but it's been crazy since April of last year. As I mentioned, we launched the partnership with Burberry. We got into Nordstrom in like 6 weeks, which is unheard of. We're worn all over the NWSL, both women and men within the Premier League, La Liga, PSG, and not only just the soccer community, but also the NFL, NBA, WNBA. I have a picture of Sue Bird actually with her feet up in the air wearing our socks. It's just been incredible, and I will tell you this has been done with zero marketing dollars. People are just seeing their friends wear stuff, they're inbounding to us. Wasserman, the agency, reached out to me because 2 NFL players wanted our stuff. I was like, what is happening? So we're actually raising capital now for the first time, and there's just this huge white space that we're filling that not only celebrates good style, responsibility, and inclusion, but celebrates the most popular sport in the world.
So let me ask you this question. Have you achieved your financial goals? You said you're raising money right now.
So we currently have a $1.2 million raise open, and I will say I'm very grateful to have that halfway done. It's very hard for women to raise capital. VC money went to less than 1.9% to women in last year, and that number was actually down from the prior year. So I have amazing people on my investment team, everyone from some Adidas and Nike vets that really understand the power of sport and how that translates to product. I have an NWSL team co-owner as an investor. I have Danone's B Corp director as an investor. And I have Safar Shah, ESG founder and partner as one of my first, I call her an OG. She's one of the first people in, and including others as well. So I'm really grateful to be a little bit maybe ahead of what women normally get in this space of raising capital. So I've heard the disparities of, the players from the conversations that have happened over the past 2 days, the players, medical data gathering. I think across the board, we really need to invest in women and their ideas, and we're able to be resourceful to a point, but we really need that financial support to get to the next level very much.
So would you say that one of your obstacles is financial support?
My biggest obstacle is really catching up the working capital to the momentum of the brand that we've built. So it's like you're sort of up in the air, flying your plane when you need to refuel. So that's my, kind of metaphor for it.
What kind of obstacles did you encounter in the process of trying to achieve your purpose?
Loads. I mean, money is a major one. And, we're talking about how can we fund women, and one of them so when we get an obstacle at Lewis FC, we respond to it by trying to change it, because we're fans of change. The reason we're fans of change is because the purpose of a football club is actually to bring people together, as well as playing football, right? It's to unite people, and we think it's to do good, right? For your community. It's a community asset, in fact. So when we have a problem, we try to campaign for change to address that problem. So the funding thing, a big thing that we can do, or the FA could do, would be to equalise the FA Cup prize fund. And I'm very cheekily hanging a tote bag on my chair, as you can see, which refers to the FA ban in 1921, where the all-male FA banned women from playing football, as we've already heard, in England in 1921, because they were trying to re-establish gender norms after the war, and maybe they were trying to stop women collecting at matches for striking minors, and maybe they really did believe that there was something gynecologically very bad about women playing football. Who knows, right? But they did ban women. And there's a lot of reparations that needs to be done. We spoke about yesterday, you know, we're actually owed something. And when Lewes FC played Manchester United last season in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, I'll just drop that one in, I think, you know, we got 450 £450, and the men in the equivalent we got 4,500, and the men in the equivalent match would have got 45,000. I think that's right. So you can see there's massive differences in gender-based differences and disparities in the FA Cup prize fund. And that really is, in my opinion, very, very easy to correct. You simply change the figures. The Premier League men's clubs that earn this money, right, through winning the FA Cup, it's a drop in the ocean, right? But the women's clubs that compete, it would make such a massive difference to them if we had an equal FA Cup. So this is just me on a bit of a hobby horse, because in answer to your question, when an obstacle comes along, what we do is we campaign to change it, because we're fans of change, right? So we won't stop shouting about this until it's equalised. Our players actually wrote a letter about it prior to the Manchester United match, and our amazing men's team are playing tomorrow in the final qualifying round of the FA Cup, and they're going to wear the T-shirts that we produced with the scales on the back talking about the FA Cup prize fund, because they are total male allies.
So, of course, because our topic is Purpose and Profit United, are you profitable?
We're getting there. And I have to stress we've never spent marketing dollars at all. And we've got proof of concept, de-risk the brand, and six-figure revenue with zero money.
What are your projections? When do you think you're going to be profitable?
We have 3 years.
And I know you're speculating,
yeah,
but just give us an understanding.
And our projections, 3 years.
3 years. And how's women's football going to tie in to you being profitable?
I think the influencers that we have are all organic, and they're so excited about the story we're telling with the brand and in regards to how we're supporting our communities and supporting the next generation of players, including girls. So in terms of our sponsor dollars, we don't have to do a lot of spend for these athletes at the highest of levels to be excited about championing the brand. And I think that that's definitely part of our strategy in terms of influencer engagement, ambassadorship, and potential having them as investors as well. So I know how to stretch a dollar like nobody's business. So I've had to just on necessity, and it's gotten us this far. And I feel like once we get the funding, it's going to feel like triple the money, because we've learned how to be efficient. We've learned how to build, relationships. We have a team that's so excited about where we're going, so they're energized and ready to go. In talking to the investors, I never get the question about, you haven't done this yet, get to this next milestone. I've never gotten that question because we're so... We're good?
Is that my signal to cut it? Okay.
We're at time.
We have a little bit more time. We have about 6 minutes. We're going to wrap it up.
Are we working? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. So we've never gotten the question about execution. That's not our issue at all. So we've built a really strong foundation to grow.
That's awesome. And what are your long-term goals now?
I would like everyone to change their Twitter handles at the football club to at their women and at their men. So at Arsenal men and at Arsenal women. At Manchester United men and at Manchester United women. Just like we do at Lewis, with at Lewis FC men and at Lewis FC women. I would like every club to put on their website, not first team and women's team, but men's team and women's team, or even women's team and then men's team. These are signals, guys. These are ways that we can change the world actually free. But then if we're talking about money, I would... Well, you know, we would like to get our women into the Super League because that gives us a platform for our messages of equality. Already we've changed the course of history. You know, already we've showed people that said that you couldn't do it, that you can do it, right? I like audacious goals, by the way. I like what JP's doing with the Women's Cup. I like what Anjali wants to do with the Indian Women's Football Alliance. You know, we need audacious goals. We need to think far, far ahead of just... sometimes of just being equal, and sometimes we need to think about equity and the context in which we all operate. So we are actually, at Lewis FC, moving from simply paying the women the same as the men to giving them more than the men because they operate at a higher level. And this brings along all of our fans and owners and everybody that knows us to a deeper understanding actually of gender equality and women's place in the world and male football privilege, which I will talk about for a long time if I can, but I know I don't have time. But I want everyone to come along together using football to understand the impact that we have on society. You know, and I really recommend that you become owners of Lewis FC if you're not already, because that ownership model where we get money makes us sustainable going forward financially. There is no limit on how many owners we can have around the world.
At this point, I'm going to open the floor to questions. Jim?
I am both a proud owner of Lewis FC. I am also able-made. More of an observation about the power of women and networking and this event. Suzanne is here in no small part to the efforts of our Columbia student, our sports marketing student, Perline. Yes.
Yes.
Perline sends me this email saying, Jim, you need to talk with this woman. And I said, okay, give me the scoop. She gave me a little breakdown. I said, okay, yeah, I'll see what she's about. Boom, you're sitting here. Okay, and that is one woman
to another woman.
To another woman, and the power of that. Okay, you're a Columbia University sports marketing student.
She's studying for her master's.
Okay, studying for your master's in sports marketing. What you've gotten here, no classroom could ever supply. Okay, because you will be in the driver's seat at Columbia one day soon, I'm sure. Okay, simple observation. Congratulations to both of you as well.
Any other questions? No? Okay. So I would like to call everybody to action. One of the conversations that Karen and Suzanne and I had yesterday is, frankly, I'm tired of talking. I really am. The numbers and the data are in. We saw it with JP. If he can convince Jack Daniels, and let me tell you, Jack Daniels is a pain in the you-know-what to convince about anything. They actually were in a very, very big trademark infringement lawsuit with Bad Spaniels, and they actually won. The case left the United States Supreme Court, and it went back down for a determination whether Bad Spaniels is confusingly similar to Jack Daniels. They are a pain, a real pain. And so if he could convince Jack Daniels to put money into the Women's Cup, I think we could all convince the public and companies that, in fact, purpose, saving the environment, promoting women, equality of gender, and profit are in fact, united. And I want you guys all to go back to where you came from and spread the word. Thank you so, so much for listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you all so, so much. That was a pleasure. That's our final panel done. We have 3 minutes remaining in here and 3 people to speak. So 45, no. Mary, please.
45
Mary,
seconds, huh?
No, you have a
It's all I
minutes,
need.
no problem.
It's all I need. I don't make it long.
No problem, Mary. Go for it.
2019, I got asked by 2 men. They said, Mary, in 2 months we want to arrange a big event. And we want pioneers from all over the world to come to Athens. And oh yeah, by the way, one of them is based in New York. I said, in 2 months, are you serious? Yes, we're serious. At that moment, say, okay, sure, sign me in. I've seen many events from that moment happening. But what I've always loved from Athens is, away from the spotlights, these 2 guys were putting in the work. And these guys, until today, are putting in the work out of the spotlights to give pioneers a chance, to share proven models to people who are now trying to be the pioneers. So a big, big thanks to 2 guys with their team who stood up.
Beautifully said, Mary. And you can continue your round of applause. Marios Agesilos, please join us. You can have the closing words, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, this is not possible without an incredible team, okay? And from the very beginning, even though it did start with Agesilos and me, we've been very privileged to have some great people here. First, I want to say from our first host, Adriano Del Monte, thank you for being with us for the 4th time. And the wonderful Sean Osimbo coming all the way from Kenya. Also, someone who came in originally as a friend and as a moderator has now turned into such a central and important part of what we do. Ed Bowers, where are you? Come over here. I also want to ask Jim Gooley to come up here. Jim, who's been involved in the women's game for over 50 years. A new associate of ours, Perline, come on up here. Perline Fang. Swagger, come up here. You've been wonderful this year, writing great articles for us. Come on up. Vivian, you were here in 2019. You've always been here with us. Come on up. Okay. Vivian Faturu. Okay. Vasya, come up here. And this is Vasya here, who's been incredible this year also. Lena, come on up here. Lena joined us just recently. We're very happy to have her on board. And unable to come all the way from the United States, we have Labiba Khan also. Labiba, I know you're watching. Thank you so much for all the great work you've done. And Lilith, I don't know where you are right now because you're traveling more than me, but thank you very much also for your incredible writing. Okay. And finally, but not least, Naomi Castillo, who was with us last year, couldn't make it this year. She's very involved now in running and marathons. She'll be with us next year. Thank you very much, Naomi, for your help. And let's not forget, right after Agesilos and I say a few last words, we will want all of you to get together for a photograph because you are all part of our family. And we're all very grateful for you. And there's so many people that we're leaving out right now just because of time, but you're all in our hearts and we thank you. You've come from around the world. You've shown once again commitment through action. It's commitment through action that makes change. And we are very grateful we have legends in this room, men and women who have contributed to the beautiful game of football, who have changed the world through the game, through their innovation, their passion, their dedication, and their great character. And we thank you all because each one of you makes this world a better place at a dangerous time. Okay? And we call on both of you, all of you, Aisilos and I, call on all of you to join us again, not only just next year, but throughout the year. Because this takes work every single day, and you know it better than anybody. So congratulations to all of you for all the great work you do for women's football and for girls and women and all of us. And we will be welcoming you here again next year and throughout the year. Aisila?
We would like also to thank all staff working, are part of the main team, the technicians, the photographers, the hostess for the amazing place, the staff, the cookers, the waiters, everybody
That's
who
right.
works on the behind to deliver this top level, top quality 2 days. 2 days we love, 2 days that's already in the history of the Athens family. 2 days we share each other love, passion, inspiration, solidarity, respect. We never forget. And the Athens 2000, the AWFS 2023 prepared from tomorrow morning the Athens WFS 2024.
That's right.
We don't say goodbye, we just say au revoir.
And one last thing. We have had amazing companies and organizations here. We talked about Lewis FC. We talked about former owners and chairmen of great clubs. We see here on the board federations. We see clubs. We see companies like ISDA and Miller and Striver and AbleMade and Girl Power. All these organizations are once again, through action, are contributing to the women's game. So we as women's football, we support the clubs, the federations, the organizations, and the companies that support women's football. We're loyal to them, we support them, and then we bring more companies, clubs, and organizations to the women's game every single day. And our message is to the world that Athens Women's Football is here to be an advocate for women's football, to bring funding to women's football, and to unite the women's football industry. So let's do that together, again, starting now and always. Thank you, everyone. Everyone, come on up. We'll take a family photo, okay?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Υψηλή κάτω και η κανονική πάνω.
All right. Some of us are a little taller. We'll be right standing down here.
Thank you.